Televisions or who doesn't battle practice. Some of the will be off. You're aware of it. Even your private practice. To be collective, right? Yes, the neighbors might have something to say about that, right? Because you're gonna have more traffic, you're gonna, anybody with a car, even if they're with a car, or, somebody around. So tell me two places. First, these people that did not participate in the project, what do they love, what do they hate about this? And also, these guys. Like, if I'm a neighbor, you're putting this up here, you're gonna bring, 60 animals, 60 new houses. What's gonna make them happy, what's gonna make them upset?
So, here, a former proposal, all of this space is monotonous, it's boring, it doesn't go comfort. Now, what I'm proposing for these new people is an interior space that is a space for sculpture, for art, and it brings the community together. So therefore, I know it may be a bit of nuisance, discouragement, or whatever the complaint may be. I'm compensating for it by the space, by part of the project, and be accessible for all these people. In terms of the neighbors, I originally had something that was a bit more solid surrounding. But this changes of it where it created a blind switch dallows for like the surrounding neighbors and whatnot, and that just wasn't what I wanted. So by using a curtain, it's much lighter and it fits into the space much better. The curtain also won't go offset it a little bit so that yeah.
That's your top. It's like you were a little tree geode at the top of the That's the most in terms of like spatial uniqueness. Section. Is this one unit?
No.
No, it's just having one. Okay, got it. But I think if it were, for instance, well, maybe not.
I have 1, 3, 5, that's our so yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. It's hard to tell. This is one, that's the third mass, that's not that. But I think there's also some resolution between the slab and the yes, the interior of the slab is defined by the edge. So that's just outside is a little bit less. So I don't want to use this. But no, it will be good. That's my right. And so maybe another level of threshold. Not that it has to go down everybody else. We don't know how many for any space. See all of this open everybody in my door. And to find some kind of associated
Broken
An elevator for,
Well, I mean, I think those things should be organization.
right.
I think that part of the structure, I think you're using the stack blocks as structure. So, sorry, those things rigid outside or inside, use that. Rigid geometry versus and then, I think you kind of have to then set you need to have all these values. They set angles like 13 degrees. There's a scene, but utilize one or two angles that employ systemic to so then, that relationship is set it's more critical. The average example like this, from fabric and washes out. How is that? So, but those are like two, three different. Those tiny things about thinking about. The other thing is like so Crystal did that. Very they could solve it. So it's not necessary. But I think now southern exposure is I'm thinking so it's different around. There's we have we saw somewhere so particularly think about how it interacts. Suspended. So how it engages or not engages.
Yeah, this moment just like where you lift it around, and I think this is a lift to enter around.
Right.
What do you think about it?
Well, those are actually, we talked about it here before. The original my project was antics, which is different. So that was just kind of a notch to the overall idea of the project, and it was also incorporated in my horizontal and stair drawings. So I wanted to bring it, and I think that it also ties into the complexity of the overall project. So.
Yeah, it's not impossible, it's just. Boxes punctured out of
Yeah.
here. Because that's
Or
time.
it stretches out.
Yeah. Because I think, okay, let me here, this is my view. And sometimes I just want, I don't want to see this, I don't want to see, I just want my other choices through this screen. So I think I need the third one, just a little bit more lines. Or if it punctures or touches the screen, maybe it's in this collective body inside, maybe it's operable for the individual user. All right. I will underscore what Marian was saying, your slide presentation, the build up rates, your concept, virtual. Very nice.
Well, okay. This reality.
I think we need to move on.
Puedo entender español también.
I didn't. She calls herself that.
I know, yeah.
It's a bad slur. I did not.
You were like,
She knows. I grew up with all the Cuban.
I know, but
The Cuban.
She calls.
Hi, my name is Daphne. Thanks for being here. This is One for the Ages. So to start off, to go back to past projects, the main building block for this new design is the horizontal home. And the main component of this design is the 7 courtyards for individual purposes. And in this original patio house, the main focus of the design was interior views and interior spaces. But in this new design, taking that and focusing it more on external views within the site in New Orleans. And then in the vertical home, the idea of vertically changing, of flipping of courtyards as you go up is also used in the new design.
The southern courtyard is
Regular fenestrations throughout the whole facade, whether it's windows or doors or courtyard spaces, and then the inhabitants there. So starting off with site observations, this is the materials palette of the site, and what was interesting about it is the complexity and the diversity of materials in New Orleans. Specifically, what I was drawn to was the second row to all the way to the right was this idea of additive, subtractive, and like the white concrete. So this is for a multi-generational community, and this is individuals of varying ages and family types, and they're connected through a series of central facing homes that bring together green spaces and activity and bridges the gap between generations. So how it works. This is the massing diagram. So I started off with a mass along the perimeter and then breaking it up into 4 different aggregates of different sizes in relation to the 2 existing homes. And then in the final drawing to the right, you can see how the buildings weave along the tree canopies to create these curved structures and layered into the center where the green space is. And then the same sort of tactic of rotating around the trees or weaving around the trees is used also in the vertical massing, where the floor plans are rotated or mirrored to make the diagonal courtyards go the opposite direction. So you can see in the vertical tower structure, the courtyards alternate as you go up, the 6 or 7 courtyards alternate. So then these are the pre and post diagrams of the site. So there's the trees, the green spaces, the buildings, and the entrances to the site. And then, so pragmatics are 61 units. This would be something. Yes.
It's such an important drawing. I think every project needs to have.
There's 61 units, 5 unit types, and 4 vertical cores throughout the site. This is the typology diagram to show which units go where.
What's the strategy? Ask Tara's question. How do you decide which units go where?
Well, some are hall units that have to go in places where hallways are. Yeah, I'll show you.
Oh,
I'll show you.
okay. It's not just color pattern.
No. So this is the extra large unit, which can be placed only on the ends because there is no hallway structure in it. So they're the bigger homes. This is the top floor with this courtyard in the center of it. This is the large scheme, which is slightly smaller bedrooms, but still the same end units because there is no hallway space. This is the vertical core unit with the stairs, so it does shrink the homes, and that's 2 bed, 1 bed. This is the same, except instead of the vertical core is the hall units, and that's only the ones that are in like these middle spaces. And this is the duplex, which is 2 stories, and they also have the central stair and then the 2 bed light spaces.
Where's the entry to the duplex?
It's the same. You can go in here.
Oh, the what? Sorry. Is this exterior? Does it rain in
Yeah.
here?
It's open in this regard, but it is covered. So
Okay,
we
open
won't
air
have-
though.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
the courtyards are open, yes. So these are the diagrams of both the ground floor and the first floor, and this can show where the green areas, the trees, the circulation, the vertical doors, people movement, and what's private, what's public. The pink on this next one is the private residences. This is the ground floor, and these contain the programs that adhere to the needs of the community, like an education center, health center, amphitheater pool in this central meeting space, lobbies, a garden market, a restaurant, and a game room. This is a zoom in of the ground floor, and then first floor, second floor, and they alternate as you go up. And there's varying heights as you move inward, and the buildings get taller. So that's a zoom in on the third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor, and then the total roof plan. This is the figure ground drawing of what is proposed, and this would be the imagined 9 blocks if this tactic was used throughout the whole. This is an orthogony position section, so that the line zigzags as it goes down, so that it's good for
Dynamic section.
This is a zoom in of the section. For the experience, these perspectives focus on the life of the inhabitants and the interactions rather than the materiality. And in this, you're looking at the central green space with the amphitheater pool, and you can see all the movement and the interactions and the different type of individuals there. And then this perspective is as if you were standing on the long one on Chapel list, and you're on an upper floor and you're looking out onto the 2 other buildings nearby, as well as the below ground space. You can really see the entire movement and life and everybody that you live with. So that's it.
That's the red. That's the red.
No, it's down. It's this way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna stay here.
Oh, you wanna stay here?
It's more important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really gorgeous drawing.
Yeah.
Goodness. And the plant development, I mean, I think every unit you showed is, yeah, I think they were super convincing in that way. The kind of subtle shifting of proportions of rooms, private, public in the courtyards, super nice. Well, we have to talk about this aggregation. I'm worried about the 2 houses left over. What was your attitude toward them? I want to get rid of them. I want to just.
I mean, I
I'm
would
sure
love to
that-
get rid of them, yeah.
I think that was the most challenging.
I
part of
know,
this
but we gave
exercise.
that to you for a reason, right? That's part of the challenge of the project, so you have to have an attitude. Because right now, the attitude from your proposal is they're gonna go away, right?
They're gonna move on.
Is that okay? It's okay?
Yeah.
In fact, I think that you don't have to do that, right?
They're not good.
Is that
Just in
is that by
case.
intent? If they go away, nobody's gonna miss them.
For your portfolio.
Yeah.
You should put
Yeah.
a fence
For
around
portfolio, that's
it.
the thing. Couple of things. I love your presentation. I find this, and this is not an architectural term. I'm definitely not academic, but this is a happy environment. Like,
Happy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I feel there's a way your drawings are. It conveys happiness. So there is something on how you're approaching this. You're thinking about the well-being of your inhabitants. And I live myself in a cogenerational home. I redesigned my shotgun to allow for my 81-year-old mother to live with me. So I appreciate that. That's what I keep asking, because it's a reality, right? Like most of us, I'm not gonna put our folks in homes.
Yeah.
So the idea of having here, I can totally see a grandma playing with the kid, etc. It's a place that invites that coexistence. And I think that in that regard will be very successful. I also do like how you have all of the penetrations of light. That seems so important for the good well-being, right? So I think that you're cognizant of that.
I love that you kept all the trees. And that you
Yes.
worked around the trees. I think especially in New Orleans, that's a challenge, but it's something that helps everyone. And I really like how you decided, the design makes sense. It's not,
you're going around, you know, looking at the surrounding areas, what fits. I really like that you took that, although the two difficult neighbors were not taken into consideration, but the rest plus. So I do like that.
In that sense, then for the section, since you're cutting through these trees, it's super important that you show the roots. Because that's the genesis of that concept. That was your first plan diagram. And that tree's been here 200 years, so it deserves it.
Well, and
I,
also you already have built-in, ready to go infrastructure. I mean, you don't need to be planting more trees.
Yeah.
They're expensive. They take a long time.
They're an amenity. I hate new housing projects. I mean, it's much cheaper to dig everything up and to work around with tree roots, right? But then what you get with new housing projects are these tall buildings and the baby
Yeah,
tree, and it's like terrible for maybe 5 years, and you don't take the picture until the tree grows,
Yeah.
or you Photoshop, but, so you gotta show the
This
roots.
is a big advantage.
Can you go to the ground floor plan? Well, I'm gonna say, maybe it sounds a little bit critical, but I love the fact, you know, the fact that it was originally straight,
Yeah.
and you rearrange it to curvature. And by through curving, we call these moments curving when you have a rigid material, put a score line in order to bend it. So it's a meaningful moment, material and organizationally to bend it, right? So I'm kind of in wanting to see a little bit more than just being the residual space, because you put in a way, something is straight, you put a cut line in and open it up, and you created a moment that the environment, this relatively deep plan is divided, spread in order to let somebody. So I'm kind of on, can you go one floor? You know, I think there's something to be said, but
Are there windows there?
Yeah,
Because that's a nice addition.
there are some
Well,
ones.
structure too, structure is smart there, but I agree with the tower, especially at the ground floor. That could be where you have a moment of privacy before your entrance. Like this, I think is really smart. Like I live in this communal crazy happiness, but sometimes I want just my door, my shoes, and then I want to find my entry. Like maybe the ground floor. Here, yeah, here. So this is street.
Yes.
This is like public, semi-public up in my porch. I think,
Well, there's no residents on the.
oh, this is all
It's just
public.
public.
Yeah, it's just all public.
What is this on the right side?
This?
Yeah.
I just wanted to keep like the same sort of, angular shape as like private spaces within this public place where they're seating.
Okay, see,
Within
I was
it,
trying
yeah.
to understand what was.
It's the hangout.
Yeah,
Coming
little
out
pockets
of
of
spaces,
hanging out.
except for
Yeah, that one.
what's
has
happening,
it.
what's
This
what's
one?
that? Yeah.
Health center.
Okay.
Oh, those are sick people.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they want a more dignified entry. I would love that to be an entry. This bed goes away and then you have a little bit of transition from big to medium threshold and then you check in. You know? Just plan making geometries are fun.
Can you go up one floor? I mean, so go down. So here you have this kind of very acute tiny spaces that not utilized, and then go a floor up and go one floor up. Yeah. One more up. Oh, here you're pocheting it in, no? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you might want to put, tagging on to what Tiffany said, if this was an entry, maybe that becomes a staircase. Or something, right? That starts to kind of serve the function and articulate the in between just a tiny bit more. Then you don't have this condition that kind of separates the interior and the exterior or something.
Tell me if you live in the middle unit in the first floor, where the cursor is, right there.
Oh,
So tell me how you're coming home from work. How do you get there?
you get in. Well,
You were driving your car.
You would-
or-
and from
Dropped off.
you would come this way.
Oh, yeah.
Autonomous
Or you by
vehicle.
bus.
Yeah, there you can do there.
Show me the sign, and then how you arrive.
So you would come probably through this entrance into this like this block, and then you'd walk into the lobby stair area. And then you were.
So is that my private area? Is that where I enter my house?
Everyone in this chunk enters through that lobby. But then you get up this communal stair and you can enter your different units that way.
So that you're going to have the core and the circulation.
Ah, nice.
That's
Yes.
So complete, this presentation. I would love the ground floor to have one more diagram, like what Daniela is asking is the paths. The
Yeah.
paths from the sidewalk to enter your happy block. Because I don't want to walk on your happy grass. You know, I want some paths.
So you want to make it feel like the Japanese walk makes it, right? That let people define what they are. And then you pay.
Yeah, and I don't want strangers to wander into my happy pool before some threshold.
You talked about health center. So what are the uses? I think that's something also I would love to hear. Because I think you're the only person that might be adding something that's not residential or free. I don't know, but I don't know.
Whether
So
the
what are
program.
the uses for the ones? Mostly residential and then you have the health center.
Yeah, and then this area was like a garden market area, which people from the outside could use, like coming inward, so it's on the edge. And then same with the restaurant.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Yeah, this is the reimagined Frankie and Johnny's.
Okay.
This is like the indoor space and then outdoor seating that can also extend out onto the street. So I was thinking as for like public space, and this is a public park. Okay, so we can come in this way too. So I mean, it is for outside residents as well, like along this border. And then as you move in, it's like more of like spaces for the community.
How does the health center land here?
The health center?
Yeah.
I was thinking in case there was an emergency, you could just pop out real quick.
I would
Plus
mention,
they're popping up on
this is
every
not
block, so.
indoor public space, I mean, I guess it's public space, but it's indoor
sure.
commercial space, so you should also call it that.
Yeah.
Because you can lease that, you're gonna lease that to a restaurant, also that brings foot traffic, people are gonna wanna use the space, that
Yeah.
adults only live in the community. I wanna live if there's a good crawfish place at the corner, that'd be nice.
Frankie and Johnny's has great crawfish.
They do, that's what I'm saying.
You have to show all this to Byron. He goes there every Tuesday, like religiously.
Somebody else.
But I think you have a lot
Yeah.
of amenities in the community and great mixed use that you're not talking about at all. That-
You go for your site plan that has the existing urban grid.
Oh,
I think you've convinced us that this one block would make sense, but I heard Kentaro cringe when it was a 9 block. Because then it's like everybody, then you're not special anymore. I don't
Yeah,
like
it's a
special
little-
person. There's
a
like
little
9
crazy.
special persons and I got the cheap one, you know, so,
yes.
so it's be cognizant of that this is a very idiosyncratic.
Yeah, it's,
Boutique
yeah.
proposal. Well, your units could stack, I mean, I would love to
Yeah.
see you do a thesis on this. Your units could stack into orthogonal
Yes.
plates, they could stack into maximum efficiency versus maximum outdoor space. I'm interested in, what's this thing?
it's a big
It's the warehouse, right?
storage
Yeah.
warehouse on
It's
top.
a metal shed.
Yeah, it's big.
You have to be now next thinking about what you're providing for the urban street. You know, what is it like to drive here and see this and see this? This is a park, very nice when you have concave things. This, maybe we buy this building for the city and that becomes a little more public moment because you're producing a volume in the city that
Yeah.
is very much singular. Even though you have all these cool holes in it, it's a singular tower going up. So whatever you can do to offer a relief for this surrounding community, especially here.
It would also
This
help
one's
to
chop.
if you label just, this is the main street,
Yeah.
because.
Yeah.
If you're not from New Orleans.
Yeah.
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 Chop is fast, so.
Yeah, so I put the biggest one as like
So
a,
that's on the other side of Chalk,
yeah.
actually, taking me towards the port, that big, warehouse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So the river is south.
It's here.
So really, these 3 blocks would not count in the reimagined, because you're on the other side of the US. That's probably not allowed for residential, right?
There is a residential.
No, she's saying in 2100,
2100, yeah,
2100.
2100, yeah.
When
Right.
it becomes river.
Currently, yes.
Ah, and those are your riverfront ones with the maximized river view, when that warehouse goes away.
The river view is expensive.
I also think that it would be interesting to mix the semi-curved buildings with some more linear for efficiencies on like, from a real estate perspective, optimization, because there might serve a purpose in your center block, but as you get to the outer sides of that, it may no longer make sense, right? It's something that I know that you are committed to the form, but it might be interesting if the form changes and shifts a little bit.
That's fine. Yeah. Nice job.
I might not
Also,
be
that's a project I would love to see, especially with all the supporting. It's a bear claw. You see the bear claw?
Yeah,
It's sliced.
slice it, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the jabs fall out the, yeah. Oh, that's what you should have made yourself, not your bear claws. We've been to the page, go to Maple Street, which is street. It's a page street. You slice it and you curve it so it's like a bear. Still a raspberry coming out. It's like.
All the detalles.
I'm here for research. I need 3 bear claws. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Hi.
So I'm Sophia, and how is this word? Oh. Arrow size? Arrow down. My project is Habitat 32. This is the general axon.
32 units.
No, I'll get to that. That would be half of what I need, unfortunately. So talking about my horizontal, vertical, and sectional homes, this is my horizontal home where I had this idea of a geode of the program on the outside, and then once you get to the inside, there's this outdoor courtyard space, which if you sliced it right down the middle, would open up to be this kind of beautiful exterior. In my vertical home, the idea of the tower, I highlighted the stairs here, which was the main part of this project that got repurposed to create kind of like a duplex condition. And then my sectional home, I wanted to highlight the use of roof spaces as terraces, and this is kind of the base of how I aggregated the homes in my project. So on the site, I was looking at these plots, the parcels of land that each of the buildings are built on. I have a figure ground here and then the general organization of how it looks right now. And then some of the material color palettes that I was particularly drawn to, just the character of the neighborhood. I love these greens and pinks and reds. I feel like they're unique colors that you don't find in neighborhoods all around America that are really prevalent in New Orleans. And then in terms of the community itself, I picture this as, well, we'll see once we get into the unit types, but families, couples, singles, all mixed in together. And then with those courtyards in the horizontal house, I pictured a kind of agriculture growing community with some of the plants and trees that grow well in New Orleans, the blueberries, figs, satsuma, kumquat, and one of my public amenities is a communal kitchen and dining area for the use of produce that's developed on the site. So another main concept I was thinking about is that of the map building. So starting with the cell, these are my different unit types. I have one for a family, which is the horizontal home that I originally had, one for a couple, which shortens this horizontal home to 2 bedrooms, but preserves this part of the courtyard. A single, which eliminates one of the bedrooms from this and preserves that courtyard as well. And then the 2 duplexes drawing from that vertical house that have the interior stair, and again, also retain those courtyard spaces. So moving from the cell to how those are put together, the cluster, these are all stacked on top of each other. The main point of the stacking is to keep those courtyard spaces open to the sky. So the highest of this gets is 3 levels. The ground level, you can see the different unit types that are there, and they get stacked on top of each other. And then the way that these are organized is based on this 32-foot module. So the 32, yes, exactly.
Wait, is this your view from above? Or
Yeah, this is a plan diagram.
Gotcha.
So these dotted lines here are on a 32-foot module. That is the width of the house that I'm using. All of my different housing typologies were adapted to fit into that 32 feet. And that is the width of a typical New Orleans lot here. So looking at where the building is in next to the green spaces, right now the current condition, we have the building in the middle, facing towards the front, and then green space around. I am kind of transforming that, reinterpreting that 32-foot lot to include either 2 houses with a green space in between, a house all the way on the edge with an orchard and public green space and activity towards the inside, or a house on the outside with full green space and vegetation facing the inside. And then the stem of the project is the horizontal circulation and the vertical circulation. These horizontal corridors go kind of weaving around all of the houses. And as you can see here, they leave space open for the courtyard. So those are inhabited roof spaces from the sectional house that get repurposed as public activity space. You can see in the section the vertical cores as well. It encourages a kind of promenade going up right here and then having to go along that corridor to get to the 3rd level. These are the floor plans highlighting the different activity and vegetation. So these are concentrated in each stripe. I have a stripe of dining for the restaurant. This is the restaurant Frankie and Johnny's here. A stripe of dining for the kitchen space.
Wait, where's the restaurant though?
Right here.
That middle block?
Yes. So I tried to blend it in with the typologies of the houses so it would just look like it fit right in there. And then this is kind of showing how these courtyards stack on top of each other with the existing houses there. And an exterior perspective from one of the balconies showing this garden area in the middle and the activity on the roof spaces.
A lot of oranges. Goodness.
This railing right here shows that courtyard on the house below it. And then this is a perspective of that interior courtyard showing how the interior space differs from the exterior space and how this interior courtyard, even though it is open to the sky, is very much part of the daily living activities of the inhabitants.
Perfect.
Wow.
My goodness.
Can you go back to like, can you
I'm
dwell?
impressed.
Can you dwell? Yeah, yeah.
So that courtyard perspective, was that on the ground or?
Yeah, that's the ground floor.
Go back.
Where's your restaurant in that image?
What was it?
What is?
This is the courtyard interior. So this one has 2 houses stacked on top of it. You can see that line right there. Those other 2 houses have that courtyard as just a void space, so you can look down into the middle.
But if those people looked up, they would see sky.
Yeah.
Okay. So where is that guy plan? In the ground floor plan?
That's any of these family houses.
Wait, just point to one. Oh, okay, in the middle. accessed. Do you have that drawing bigger, the unit drawing?
This one, so it's accessed through the front here. And then this is where the horizontal corridor goes.
So when you come home, you can see your courtyard, or is that blank?
Yeah, that's the window here.
So you see your courtyard, but you can't get to it. You go around.
Yeah, exactly.
And then this is a courtyard too.
Yeah.
Wow, nice. That's a one-story mat building. And does that replace the existing? I really love your drawings of how you're reinterpreting the 32-foot typical parcel. But are you replacing like the typical 1,100 square foot house in your lot?
I mean, yeah, this house here is just getting turned into this one essentially.
So square footage is.
And because it's housing, you would have the extra 3 feet on the left and the right. You're gaining the. Well.
No, she's not gonna build it.
She's like, touch. Yeah.
Can you go to the aggregation? There, yeah, there it is. So I think the only thing, well, two questions about the courtyard. I'm wondering, the first one is, what's the benefit of dividing this space into two as opposed to making it into one? Because I think it's a little bit generous. The other thing is relative to that, the question is, you know, for instance, something like this. This is outside. You have a courtyard immediately closer to the another exterior space. Yeah, so I think those things could flip.
Yeah.
Then, even between the units, you might be able to share. However, but maybe with a screen or something
Yeah.
that, so, you know, your proportion of the courtyard could be even more generous.
Yeah.
And, you know, this idea of fencing, for instance, you know, a little bit more fencing so you can see the space beyond, but, you know, it's more private. I mean, maybe people don't want to share that space, I don't know, but might be, you know, I think there's an opportunity for aggregators.
So are your lot lines represented as like this used to be a lot line, or there actually is a division of the space?
Yeah, it's more just breaking it up into these stripes. The original lots are.
I get that part. The question is, are they just a representation of what a lot used to be, in the sense of they are not physical barriers?
Oh,
but
yes, exactly.
They're not.
It's a continuous open space.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Can somebody walk through?
Yeah.
But that doesn't live there? It's like a public?
Yeah, I liked the idea of having it kind of blocked off more on these two sides and then this for.
Yeah, I think you
potential-
need a site plan that shows that, especially in the 2100 imaginary when you're connected to the river.
Yeah,
This is like this community garden that somebody
Yeah.
can walk through and make a salad and leave. Make a salad of your hard work and leave.
Can we go to the ground level? The ground level.
It's actually more clear on the plot. Is that the ground level, Sophia?
yeah, that's the ground level.
So, let's see. Ground level, this unit enters here, this enters here. This person enters here,
Yeah,
and this is shared.
yeah, I imagine that as like a shared exterior courtyard space.
That's from the street.
Yes.
Tricky. Tricky, right? Because you don't want people coming in here and squatting
Yeah.
there.
I think that's a nice little privacy. I don't know, you might think almost a private entrance.
It's here again, and then it's bedrooms.
You know, there's a guy who used to, I don't know if he still teaches there, University of Texas Austin. His name is Ed Long. And Ed have done this in Dallas, the reinterpretation of shotgun typology, the long skinny, but doing it as a development. What he does is, instead of dividing units this way, it's a long unit, but he divides it this way with a shared or kind of a semi-shared large courtyard in the middle. And then circulate, it also functions as a circulation. It's a really nice, also it's a very efficient use of space, and it has a possibility of aggregating it. And that solves the problem because each unit have a front and a back and an accessibility issue like you were I don't think, I think you did really well because you had a process and you had this tech. So, I'm just kind of suggesting as some future thing that you might want to take a look at.
Yeah, something that as a constructive criticism that I would have liked to see on this drawing. I think you did very well populating this greenery, but it's hard to see, okay, what is your void versus just understand Korea, just like a hint of a color saturation there.
Yeah.
So I can see this, okay, and then in the second floor it's happening as well. So you can have that sort of cohesive, I get those voids. It's hard to find. Yeah, it's hard to find what are the voices at first glance. But I think the concept of the voice is really good.
Yeah,
And
they're
also like the height.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's more, like it's more accessible.
Yeah, the massing feels good. The renderings don't feel happy yet. Maybe a little more happy style or something. It feels a little ominous.
The saturation of it.
It's
Yeah.
a little boxy, but I think
But
I like it a lot.
you obviously review the reference of Sapphics, right?
Yes.
Hence the naming of the concept.
Yes.
Oh. The proportion of these voids are so good
Yes.
to the massing. I wonder if in the next pass you would consider reorienting front doors. Because you have that front door diagram. Can you pull that up? I don't think it got to the granular of this level, but for instance, if this unit was flipped 180, then you would have front door, front door, front door, front door. And so me and Miriam and Jesus and Kentaro know each other, and that's our little pocket.
Yeah.
And we share a porch, and our kids know each other. We could put the bike and the shoes without worrying that my bike or my shoes here are gonna piss off everybody else.
Yeah.
So you get the density, but also a little bit of intimate
Yeah.
privacy, which I think is the key to living in housing projects. So you
Yeah.
don't want to be like a corridor and then like I'm 32 feet.
Yeah.
That there's still a
There are some successful sort of, not necessarily communal, but there's a central example here in the city of people who have like bought adjacent shotguns and then removal of the fence, and then you have a very varying geometry of what the leftover interior spaces. I visited somebody close to the greenhouse in Chapatulas. They had that, right? And so they had a pool and a tennis court, but then all of the shotguns finish at a different depth of the parcel, and then it's a very interesting greenery that happens there, right? I like the idea of those smaller corridors to be shared, and also you can have play areas versus a reading area or something like that. So somehow people leave and wanna like a lot of space that very loud. So maybe have a white space kind of space. I like this.
It's good. The simple strategy, clarity, and the logic. Nice stuff. I think you need to develop the elevation a little bit.
Yes.
But
Bringing what Tiffany was saying, as we are very motivated by the location of the doors, and I agree to that drawing. If you add like maybe a marker at each location of the door, so you understand that the congregation
as a design tool. So I see this as more like parting younger people without kids, right? Because they want to see each other. all the time and they're drinking beers and stuff. This is like, I'm going to bed at 8
Yeah.
and getting up
More
at
secluded,
6.
yeah.
These are more like family.
Clusters within the
Yeah,
clusters.
they're families. And then, I don't know, I mean, they gave it to you as a challenge, but I haven't seen one person who likes the fact that they're there yet or needs it to be there.
Would you
know?
like it? Would you like it?
No, of course not, but
think
I
about
think
them
if it's
too.
there, yeah, how do you make a project around them? I think actually scale wise, you are the most, you're the least, you know, you're not like this
Respectful, yeah.
10-story guy, like. But what amenities could we give that person? or
I don't
embrace
know,
that
Tiffany.
person?
I think that put yourself in their shoes. If I was designing for them and those people decide to like screw the program, like screw them too, you know, like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Have
I
you
know it's
seen
not very
that?
community living, but they could have everything.
Have you seen the cartoon Up? Where
Yes,
the guy
yes.
with the house and he
Yes,
puts the balloon?
yes,
Like
yes.
he wouldn't believe his
Yes.
house, like that's that guy.
Exactly. So you want to give balloons to like, and
They were gonna build a road.
Oh, is that what it
Different,
was?
so the
Yeah.
use was different. One thing I would suggest is channeling a little of James Jacobs, is the key to these open communal spaces is eyes on the street. So you need to think about windows, you know, people cooking and looking out to those, you don't want them to
Yeah.
be private, so you need to make sure to mix the private with the public, so then I don't feel worried that my kid is playing outside in the big courtyard and I'm not there.
Yeah.
Right? If you're gonna use those community spaces, you want people. And what might bring that, think about, what about in the middle of the day when everybody's at work? Who is
Yeah.
right? Who's walking around, who's watching? So you want some older people too.
Yeah.
You want amenities for older people who are gonna be sitting at the park and not just
Yep.
eyes on the street. You
Yeah.
know, that make
Yeah.
it safe.
they're the keepers.
Welcome, but I think the fact that they're all units is nice. We need to think the entryways, and I think that's a very important. What are you doing at home there? Are you in your room watching TV, or can you be, you know, looking out the window? Is there a little restaurant area, community center, something like that? Something needs traffic in the day, because everybody goes to work, hopefully, right? Especially if you're younger.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
You know, that even that, those first two chapters, might be interesting to have some reading about. Just those first two chapters. I like it. What?
Do you guys have time to read? Read. Yeah, like for enjoyment. I wish. I want to.
It's not very enjoyment, it's needs for education.
For education.
It's part of the job.
But they do have some.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. No, oh, I know it's not. It's this thing.
Yes.
Right, that's like the end
Yeah,
of
thank
it.
you. That's what I'm known for.
Close your eyes, close your eyes. Hi, my name is Zachary Rich. This is my project. My project is called The River Zen. For a city that is
No suspense, like, this is it.
For a city that is practically underwater, New Orleans lacks clean water sources to support any sort of reliable fishing or water activities. While the Mississippi River flows right through the heart of New Orleans, this water is dirty and often filled with cargo ships, making these activities more difficult and less enjoyable. With this in mind, flooding the block provides the community with a stable and active relationship with the ecosystem of the lagoon, which is important to maintain as it is the driving factor for both the activities and jobs that will be available around the lagoon. The goal of this project is to facilitate and maintain an active relationship between residents, community, and ecosystem. My previous schemes reveal an organization strategy in which the vertical core is surrounded by a rotational stacking of units, allowing for a variation of vertical and horizontal circulation, while at the same time creating balconies for the floor above.
What's the circle?
Look.
It's a what?
It's a
Oh,
rug.
the rug. What? Okay.
The circular systems of both the horizontal home and the inhabited stair inform conditions of both facade and program. However, the circular organization of these schemes was the first step in bridging the gap between the orthogonal nature of the sectional home and the organic contour lines of the excavated lagoon. So how does it work? Site excavation utilized the water line to inform the divide between public and private zones on the site. This condition is favorable to the surrounding community as nearly the entire perimeter is open to the public to walk around, fish, swim, or explore. The 6 buildings on site utilize the stacking of units to densify living conditions and highlight the communal aspects of fishing as a group activity. These conditions influence residents to circulate and interact with others, whether that be publicly, privately, or a mix between the two. If the buildings are gateways to the community, the dock is the glue that holds them together, acting as the hub for communal interaction where different events, gatherings, and festivals take place. Densifying living conditions and minimizing footprints takes away usable space from the residents in favor of dedicating a significant portion of the ground floor to the surrounding community. Bigger building, which houses 12 separate units, shares similar sectional qualities to that of the sectional home. However, it is cantilevered over the lagoon to provide direct access from the vertical core.
Is that what you were laughing? Sorry, I found it later. The 3rd floor and the
Wait.
4th floor guy.
Varying floor heights provide a variation of conditions and influence both vertical and horizontal interactions. Experience. These conditions create a dialogue between residents of not just shared buildings, but buildings across the dock at the same elevation. The condition of a central vertical core is expanded to contribute to the communal appeal of the core as a meeting place. Being gateways to the community, the first floors of each building are strictly communal and are able to be used by the community at large. This program includes a walk-in fridge, a kitchen, and a closet for fishing. Stacking units and offsetting floors increases cross ventilation and opens up the possibility of a loft, which increases total residence and further densifies the scheme. Similar stacking takes place in the here those offset floors.
Not right, absolutely.
Exactly right.
Okay, that's right.
Oh, so I should point it my board.
We skipped one.
Similar stacking takes place in the smaller building. However, the rotation and balcony are informed by an inherently circular condition. Accessing the lagoon as a resident is not very difficult, as residents can fish directly off their balcony in the comfort of their own home.
Until how high?
Until all the way up, theoretically. So, dock perspective. The dialogue between the users of the docks and the residents occupying the balcony is unavoidable and bridges the gap between the community clusters of each building with the other residents and the community at large. Thank you.
On your site plan.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's clear on the board and sometimes not. Yeah, that works. So you have 2 building types.
2 building types. 1 8 units and 1 12 units.
How many units were you on?
Total of 6.
How do you decide where the big buildings go and where the little buildings go?
Well, primarily it was based off of the design of each building and the smaller buildings actually having a footprint. So I decided that I could use the smaller buildings as almost turbines to promote circulation across the dock and have those built on islands within the lagoon, as opposed to the bigger buildings, which I decided to cantilever. Because
Love that metaphor. The little buildings are the turbines. The water can circulate. That's a really good answer. Okay, why are the big buildings shifty shift? Why aren't they
Shift?
just orthogonal to the urban block?
let's go to
These angles are so
Oh,
So initially, I was thinking of having it as a double-sided building with the river going through the middle. However, I decided that I could take advantage of offsetting these different heights while keeping this as one condition, which would make the different units on each side have varying conditions.
But that was my question.
Yeah.
It's about the placement on the side.
yeah, why
On the
is this
site.
crooked? Why is it
Why
crooked
is
to
it
the edge?
crooked? I had all of the big buildings line up with one another to face each other. So
These line up to each other?
this one looks at that one looks at that one.
It
That was the
feels a little
initial-
capricious.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you're not getting a lot of bang for your buck for this
Also, it
slight
seems like
shift.
you're
Yeah.
using a little bit of space there too. I don't know, but.
Yeah.
The general rule is, if you're gonna turn something away from the urban grid, have a good reason to do it, at least
Yeah.
2 good reasons to do it,
Got it.
right? Are you making a corner entry that's more accessible as a giant fish?
Oh, I know. I had to include
There's
it.
another one.
Oh my god, you're hilarious. Do you fish?
I don't.
I was hoping that you're like a
Yeah.
huge.
That would be pretty cool. I mean, I would live here for
Because it does sound something like a fisherman village. So I was like hoping that you.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the metaphor of these little buildings in the middle being turbines would be more powerful if your large buildings. Yeah, we're in the grid facing the urban community. I have to applaud you. This is the first project where it's convincing that those buildings would stay. Like, in order for those 2 houses to stay, it needs some friends.
Yes.
And you're retaining the character along this street, which I think is really smart strategy. Like, you lose some density opportunity, but that just means you've created for yourself a different problem.
Yeah.
But you're actually addressing the problem as opposed to some earlier projects, which just pretend like they're not there, that you have a weird shaped site.
So you kept those, but then you kept other ones, or
Yeah.
like this new LSA.
Yeah, those were ones that I've added.
Yeah, you added.
Oh, you added them, they're not
Yeah,
existing.
no, he kept the two that he had to put there, but I think he added this LSA.
Well, this is Frankie and Johnny's relocated.
Okay,
These are the 2 existing buildings.
and then
And
shapes
then
are.
these are, I was thinking of these more as maybe community fish repair shop or like
Are they part of your unit camps or your?
no, they're,
Why not?
they don't house anyone.
They're
They're,
public.
they're public.
Gotcha.
They're for people
Okay, they're
visiting site, yeah.
But you're bringing something so unique, a little fantastical, but really unique to the block that the existing people would benefit from.
Yeah.
If they're not allergic to mosquitoes, like.
Oh,
Well, but I think the mosquitoes would not be. that
If you really have
bad.
fish,
They need to
yeah.
move.
Yeah,
It also.
The water needs to move. Yeah.
But you have a great retention pond too.
Yes.
For flooding, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
The city would definitely benefit. more
Yeah.
projects there.
Oh,
Yeah.
So happy.
Yeah, theoretically, I mean, the plot of where this block is 18 feet high, so I'm only excavating to a max of 25 feet.
Yeah. So if you were a fisherman and you don't have a balcony, you're just visiting, what do you think you would need, Zach? Have you ever gone fishing?
Once.
Okay,
Some research for fish.
I know, yeah, some research because they've done, or just lie to us. But what do all fishermen need to have on neck up when they go fishing outside? Yeah, why?
Because the sun.
Yeah, it's because you're outside for a long time and you're seated, right?
Oh, yeah.
So some shaded areas are really well.
Wow, yeah, that would be.
Yeah, some shaded areas
Greenery.
that is an opportunity to make your building types more idiosyncratic. Like if
Yeah.
this, something more to design for, right? That's more site specific. at me and help connect. Because right now I see you have like 1, 2, 3, 4 elements, and they're not really talking to each other. You're just really relying on that cute water and the cute fish in your resin to pull it together. And it's feeling a little bit like Disney, like theme park. It's a fake little lagoon, which is not foreign to this culture. But if you could make it more spatially productive, then it goes beyond like I have to put in a lazy river to sell my project.
Right. And I have it's not necessarily about your presentation, that's graphics, but unsolicited advice. Don't read. Because you know more about your projects than we do.
I
Right?
just,
No, no, but hear me out. You know more, and I tell this to anybody who's been working my firm. You know more about your project than I would ever know. So if you're coming short on what you're telling me, I will know because I don't know what you're supposed to say. Right?
cool,
So
I understand.
the way you present it, it's time you back to read it. I think we have flow better your ideas. Because you're the creator of this, you own every decision. So you talk about it creatively, the way that you what's your design process.
Yeah.
We as the listeners to what you're presenting connect.
Got it. Thank you.
But that has nothing to do with your graph.
Can you go back to the unit aggregation?
Yeah.
So if I may, just say, I mean,
Here or-
no, further, yeah, here. And then go back to the plan. I think I would prefer to have so axiometric site.
Axiometric site. This one.
Yeah. So I'm kind of wondering about the communal aspect. I think you kind of aggregated things and we're very appreciative of somewhat gimmicky idea that this is a fish, you're flooding a thing, it becomes a fishing pond and so on and so forth. It's good, but how do you really designing these units and aggregating them as to foster communal aspect of it? That's number one. Number two, and maybe some the idea of fishermen. I don't know what fisherman community is, and it seems like you don't really know what they are either. Are we just kind of introducing heterogeneous people who like fishing and act the same way, or is there and they're already have a sense of common camaraderie, or there's kind of a little bit more diversity in it, and the building is organized to accommodate.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I sort of get the picture. I think definitely the way I was imagining the communal aspects taking a hold on this project were in the individual sort of clusters of communities, being that of the building. I'll get back to the slide. Being that of like the building and these certain clusters of being placed right on the vertical core, and everybody can fish off, or just kind of as the dog. I mean, this was how I envisioned sort of what the community is.
Okay, so it's centered around sharing the common community. Okay. So if that's the case, then fishing is, I would probably, if that's the point, I think, perhaps maybe list opportunities about fishing from their individual unit and the core and the fishing activity organized along the communal, right? Because if you look at it and Tiffany was very intrigued by fishermen fishing from their individual balcony, but that's kind of an individual activity.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe this is a presentation point, but I want to hear you talk a little bit more about how the units are organized relative to the floor that's shared and the experience of it. I think this is a nice perspective that you're presenting here, but I think the concept evolves around that.
Yeah.
And then you want to think, okay, this kind of thinking, where could that be applied beyond the fisherman community? Because you as an architect, you may not have a chance to, apply it to the fishing
Yeah.
community. You want to think about how this kind of thinking could apply.
So I'm curious, where is this space on your plan?
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
best view of your presentation. I think I was wishing there was a section here. You have a section here looking that way, so I see the light corridor, see this urban thing, see this collective thing.
I only have one the other direction.
I know.
But no one has a fishing pole. This is
No,
where
That's true.
But also,
Well,
where is this
that guy
taking
on the bottom.
place?
It's,
Inside the beam.
he's inside that one on the right.
I think that
Yeah.
design
It's that
is
looking back.
much more interesting.
I think if you added some, why do people get it like some classrooms? Some, because this reminds me so much, it's like, oh, people are going up and down summer, but when does that happen? Unless you are not working. You're not-
Yeah.
you're sitting there.
I see your point.
Older people are probably not gonna get out of the steps. Have an older- So,
Yeah.
but also, why are they there? Were they coming in? Were they going out? Are they waiting for something? Why are they outside? Are
Yeah.
they relaxing?
I'm just thinking that they're relaxing. It's a beautiful day out and they're getting some shade underneath the stacked units.
I don't know, it kind of happens by random chance, but it's all in fact they are together but alone. So they're all either looking at a book or a live.
Might as well be.
Yeah.
So it's one of the, like together by ourselves.
Yeah.
I think very properly. They did it intentionally.
What?
Like the activities that you're,
Oh, that they're all like
Skills.
reading?
they're all like in their phone.
Yeah, no,
or
I
like-
didn't
They're not
really
like
picture
gathered.
that.
They just happen to be using.
That's
Just
the
look at
reality
the
for that age.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, it's
Some-
like they're
some
together.
incorporate that
I see what you're trying to do is incorporate the ladder or the stairwell into
Yeah.
the public life. I mean, look at how they do that. They have the commons, right? Where you're going up into the side, they have this. little
Yeah,
chair.
yeah.
So I think that might have been an opportunity here, because if you had, a mom or depends on who's living here, right?
Yeah.
It might be nice to be able to sit over there.
Definitely.
Even here at Tulane, I don't see a lot of students sitting steps. Right, so think about what would you like, what's your favorite thing about here? Why would you live here? What would convince you to come?
I can't name one thing.
So many
You're
people
gonna
not
learn how to
fishing.
fish.
It's not fishing, it's learn how to fish.
Call your best friend and say,
For me?
I found the best place to live. If they're like, tell me about it. Why is it the best place? Like,
All these fishermen club, they don't want the catch,
Yeah.
so they give it to me.
Well, for me, it would just be that I wake up and I'm directly next to water. I mean, just because I don't like fishing doesn't mean I don't like water. So-
That's
I
the
think we
point.
need to start thinking
Yeah.
that way.
So
The
maybe
water
also,
golf course.
Golf course
development.
effect of
Yeah.
you can hear the water running, something, something
Yeah.
like that. or,
Also for the kids in the summer,
Yeah.
any kind of water, even
Oh,
a puddle,
yeah.
they just jump in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, here.
Are some
We
of
can go
these
swim.
able to use, for swimming,
Yeah.
kayaks, or-
I mean, that's the way I kind of imagine some of those spaces, like the peninsula and this kind of bottom corner here, which would be the northwest corner of the block. You're kind of a little cut out with a little less programmed here, so it's a little sloped less.
And it's not even, I mean, I know it's supposed to be housing, but even some water, I feel like the water concept, if I saw this, I can't imagine that there's any water around. The water concept is like really.
Yeah, I was trying to tackle including the water in all these perspectives.
We almost have waterfalls.
Oh, yeah, that would be awesome.
The water.
Uh-huh.
Too much.
Some crazy
Too
stuff.
much crazy.
This is gonna go into a portfolio to make a few drawings to make this project
Yeah.
qualify. One is that section,
Yeah.
all the spatial complexities, that's architecture. The other one is the section of that. some water.
Yeah.
See the deck, this deck? What's that?
Oh, that's the only
Yeah.
one section. Is that the one section?
What's that back there?
Yeah.
This stuff is this one.
Different, isn't that the long section? Like, no, the diagonal, yeah, one.
Yeah.
It's not. That deck has to get around.
What do you mean?
This section will be the same. Oh, please go over.
Red.
And these ones are listed. How come you never understand?
What's that?
This one is actually- It's not so special. I didn't understand it until over time.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mike Russell.
Welcome to you guys. This is just a little booklet of reflection of works of the horizontal, vertical, sectional, up the stair, plans and sections, more so in the presentation. for you to look at. Anyway, my name is Ryan Russell. I'm a first-year graduate student here today, and this is the Palms Collective. Here's just a beginning axon that's highlighting the vertical cores that will show up later in the overall scheme. So like I said, designs of the horizontal, vertical, and sectional home. I started with the horizontal house at the beginning of the semester. Here's just the plan section of that one. This became the ultimate driver for the main forms of each individual unit, as you'll see. And then vertical house focused mostly on the vertical circulations, staircase, and how that's implemented into a tight space, which is evident in the vertical corners in the dimension. Horizontal borders throughout the proposal. The sectional home was an experience in vertical rotation and an interesting staircase that was quite fun to deal with and realize and plan. And I get to continue to try that later. So.
Model that right and then cut it.
For the section, yes. Yeah, I couldn't think of it in 2D without having to do some sort of, yeah. And so some site observations, these are some plans of just some program that's around the existing 9-block. Our site is down here. Same around here. You can just see the different types of program, retail, housing, food and hospitality, and then just basic facilities. So the Whole Foods, and then this is the warehouse for shipping logistics on the other side of John Willis. Some site sidewalk conditions. This is just what is existing, trees, and then different types of materialities of brick, concrete. Yeah, sorry, it's a little light for that. Gravel, stuff like that, which will come into play into my connection for the public shared sidewalks.
Did you really walk each block and document?
Bailey, Dr. Goodwin, she did that for our section. So shared site analysis.
Nice
for
teamwork.
our graduate section. Yeah, so super beneficial in all the presentations.
Preservation.
Yeah. And so a big proponent of the proposal is this neighborhood morphology and how the overall site planning context fits into the neighborhood surrounding. So each individual color is indicative of hospitals, commercial education, religious buildings, some churches, synagogues, and then some residential typologies. These all being Hoyer's house and then some other nursing homes, things like that. And then just your typical shotgun is very evident in Orleans as a whole. And then here in the proposal, we can start to see how elements of commercial education for kids coming home, play, and just housing all fit into this hybrid building. Again, here's just how it sits within the black being. So the type of community, Palms Collective is the way of living in a certain setting. People Yeah, specifically the apartments and duplex variations, they all sit atop this residential and retail use, which involves this public aspect into this community. And then it's reshaping the urban neighborhood, preserving New Orleans cultures, while also fostering a community of its own, especially on the ground floor. And so how it works, again, here's just an axon of showing these vertical floors that would connect each and every individual apartment and duplex. So proposed trees and water, drainage again, just adding new entrances, courtyards and orchards or some sort of public space. Program existing, you're adding residential, commercial, or commercial and retail, food, and some housing that's staying on the, or service that's staying on the ground floor. Circulation, you can start to see how this public element of the exterior sidewalk of the block is now seeping into the ground plane. And then in orange are these vertical floors and footprints, which are community, but also public or private elements. And then in black, proposed structures for what ultimately would be food restaurant conditions. So private public distribution, again, just simple vertical elements. The ground floor plans here, again, you can sort of see this connection through into the ground floor. These all being individual, what would eventually be local food spaces for people to enter into this this community and experience these interior courtyards for themselves, while also having access to retail commercial spaces. So typical first plan above is where all these private apartments are, and then introduced are these horizontal corridors, which again act into these community spaces where interactions start to happen and are fostered. And then as you go vertical, certain stages and rooftops become some of these spaces as well. So this is the third floor. You can see here how this is the horizontal corridor below. And then also you have spaces that are connected into each individual unit and duplex as it goes. Some sections in between, you can start to see how the verticality shifts and changes, especially in this section as you get closer to the homes that are staying, as not to be too imposing, but also, you know, they're still there. They're still part of the site. So some elements of collaboration. Some elevations. And then this is a unit diagram just of the horizontal home that you might have seen earlier. This green being an outdoor exterior space or balcony space, terrace space, if you will, vertical core. It's always connected into the similar unit. And then you start seeing this little thirds where things start to shift to create more balcony space and terraces as you go taller. Type A, typical floor plan. This is the ground floor where the vertical core happens in the center. This would be a single story unit. Type B is the first duplex where you have two separate types connected by a horizontal corridor from the vertical core higher up. And type C, again, smaller units. So this is a typical unit aggregation that are next to each other, each one being its own horizontal or vertical core. And then this has taken some liberties throughout the project. Things are changing due to site orientation of that nature. So experience just some renders. This is a chalk toolus of the site palms collected by this possible street front, and then reshaping again chalk toolus out there. This is of the interior courtyard. Just you can start to see some of these balcony spaces that are above the floor as well. Pragmatics, 66 total units. There's 3 different types of units that are they're unique, but also similar, typical. And then 70 trees. Yeah. And again, yeah, this is just the axon. Showing these boards again, just to better understand. The one we skipped over.
Another virtual show presentation, super comprehensive in presenting and taking us through your logic. I really appreciate that. I would say this is a sophisticated project. Did you hear the earlier one? Where you kept saying the angles were sophisticated? I was like, no, no, no. Sophisticated is like, you know, presenting a geometry and then finding the nuances of making spaces that make it better to be in this density, right? And I think you've done that so well
Yeah.
in a lot of moments.
See, the implementation of your vertical core is very well done. It comes sort of your repetition element, right? It's exactly the
Yes.
core as it repeats, and it becomes almost an organizational tool throughout the different.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah, the typical. This geometry here, this rule of thirds, this column, it's what's becoming this underneath section, and then ultimately what's dictating the planters in the pool and their shapes and things like that, and start helping with the layouts.
my only concern with the project, as it like the planning center, is how much space is devoted to steps. Right, so because of the units are vertical, it's so much. So you have a common vertical circulation, but inside you have
Also,
as also stairs. So I would buy, if you do an analysis of how much space was dedicated to vertical components of circulation that is taken away from other spaces, that's something to maybe think about expression of this way versus this way, and then stack.
yeah. And I
Which I
think,
know, it's
yeah, yeah,
when it becomes repeated that many times.
it is, yeah. I agree. Yes. So I'm imagining it because of just the natural space that it is. Ideally, it would be a space that's. No. Yeah, so when I think it's unique, yes. Since top is flex, so it's not necessarily.
Gotcha.
There is a buffer. And there is an element of storing in it, but also. I think it's just a picture.
So all of this.
I was so, I don't know.
It's all mixed.
Yeah, yeah. Common chair.
The restaurants would be bottom.
Yeah, so. Common, and the interior.
Well, you could also have almost a seat.
Yeah. It's still entice people to navigate around it to go into the place.
You don't have any type of residential unit living on the ground.
Outside of the existing
They
that
do
are
that
saying.
with any, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If we were to do this in another law, what are the rules, design principles? What I understand, it seems like there's some thoughts on existing trees, and then there's some ideas about perimeter versus interior.
Yeah. I think moving into a new block, I mean, there's other elements that pose obstacles, and I don't know if that's a specific call, but it's staying in a different orientation. But I think the main starting point would be to take this footprint and start repeating in a way that is creating these interior courtyard spaces where you can still see all the way through, and then starting to push and pull some of these units out. You know,
Strategy
Yeah.
that is, crossing.
and the circulation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can be translated.
And then you maybe shift the,
This is a better result with the.
Yeah. This one? Yeah.
Is the one that is running. The second one of the.
Well, and what I was getting at was just this distance and where this entrance would be.
that would be specific to each,
Yeah,
to each
exactly.
block.
Yeah. It's something that,
What was the inspiration for looking for the vertical force? The orange. The access points.
so those
What
are,
is it?
I'm not sure I understand.
Why do you have these boxes out here all over the place instead of, say, disconnecting?
I think for me, it was access to each individual unit and distance. There is quite a bit. Also,
So if that's not, this is your business. So I'm coming home, I would say a car here. And I was walking, I entered here. Or I could, but I could enter here. So these only connect these.
so theoretically, you can get anywhere from centering, you just have to forward this one. So like, you enter it here.
Kind of like the high themselves.
It's not. something you call
But it's more.
yeah.
Mitigation concerns, of the long corridor.
Think about that for your second person, you're calling the first movement.
Very.
Probably
Yeah.
should be switched. But you have the steer tower that can service these two units. This walkway to access this side. I wonder.
Yeah.
This is our share, where I can put my shoes and a bicycle. Also, I'm pretty sure exterior, circulation needs to be covered with paint. So that can't be your primary house. But you really think it's, super great for the ground floor, how this has shade.
Yeah.
You know, that you would walk in that shade. So without that, yeah, and then where you need it, you could pop out and be a balcony. But the excess force here has to be covered. So then you have this some identity or mind, you know. Reasons to make sure it's a pretty good house, or not.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, housing, you know. And then maybe this becomes a little more private, it's not public access. All you will lose is that guy. Because everybody has two. It's like my half of four, we know each other. Take care of us. It's fair.
I think there was something to say. So much exploration.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
You're right that it's super diverse we have. Perfectly aligned.
Yeah.
And then opportunities like this.
But I think the weird,
Which is not necessarily bad.
if it is a
That
corridor,
creates-
those bump outs
Yeah.
actually are great.
Yeah.
Because they make it not feel like a hotel, you know, with a hallway, they use the back moment, where you put a plant, or you use another piece of shade. It's just weird because that's a bedroom.
Yeah.
So all the better that that's not. 2 minutes. Just a trellis for below. It invented such beautiful moments of, this. This is exchange of comfort. You know, this kind of voids that are above. Lots of these public things are kind of blank. There was one perspective at the end. Anyway, ticky-tacky things, because you've done such a brilliant job of presenting a viable scheme. Like, I want to go get a funder and develop it. And that's all the funders. You have real estate mogul. Here, this.
Yeah,
This is a little awkward. This is a little awkward because they're blank right now.
Yeah.
And when you see a blank thing in this type of project, that's
Yeah.
usually like the air handler or the something horrible that somebody's trying to hide. But I don't think it is, right?
Yeah,
That's like a public thing.
it was not, yeah, I mean, like, in my vision, it's like one of these restaurant spaces.
Yeah,
But the roof
okay.
of that would be an
And
active
then
roof.
too.
Yeah, active roof, that's where you have a drink after work, you
Yeah.
come down. But those are your special amenities
Yeah.
of living here.
Very nice.
Yeah, super nice.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you.
Good work.
Nice one. This is yellow.
Yeah.
You know, the pragmatics for
Yeah.
no se molesta. I don't remember how it is.
Ben Bailey, you're not Ben Bailey.
There's a couple of us, right?
It's down. Yeah, he's last.
Ready? Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Bailey, and today I have the pleasure of sharing with you organic human stuff.
Organic human stuff?
Yeah, and organic human stuff,
Stop. Okay, got it.
which is a collective housing unit that aims and strives to achieve the AIA's 2030 challenge goals. Throughout the semester, I've had the privilege to work on numerous other housing projects, which encompass two overarching themes. One, how humans interact between interior and exterior spaces, as well as interacting with the natural built environment. And so through my vertical and horizontal home application, we could see that sustainable and regenerative architecture, as well as a typology that signifies a fostering sense of community and intimacy between residents, will be present in my project. Within the surrounding site, there's a large usage of brick as materiality. And so furthering the idea of sustainability, brick becomes essential within my project. So in this figure ground of the 9 blocks, you can see my project sits in the center, and the architecture forms this perimeter that encloses the semi-public, semi-private space within the center of the community. And so getting back into sustainability, a large portion of my site is actually occupied by a bamboo orchard. And so every 3 months, the bamboo the crop will grow, and 3 months later, we harvest the crop to form temporary pavilions that sit in the center of the community. These pavilions not only foster a stronger sense of community, but more importantly, they are used as a triennial workshop throughout the year, which one, creates jobs for the surrounding residents of New Orleans, furthering a better economy, but more importantly, it teaches the surrounding community specifically how to use materials the best way recyclably. And so as we move on, crop is regrown again and construction begins. And here we see the implementation of solar panels throughout the project, which will be used to reduce fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions. Bamboo is also going to be used for rainwater collection source, in which the water will be filtered within the interior of the project through the bamboo garden, washing machine, sinks, and then exterior to the surrounding community.
And my vertical cores that are scattered throughout the project stand a little bit taller than the rest of the project, almost as towers, to emphasize that my project is not done growing yet. And that over time, we'll see towards Tchoupitoulas, the project may grow out, but maybe more towards the residential side, the projects are going to continue to grow up. And so here we kind of see a diagram that emphasizes the overarching ideas of my project really coming full circle from an environmental impact through the community. And so quickly, if we take a look at the ground floor plan, we can see all along Tchoupitoulas, not only do we have the bamboo garden, but more importantly, we have a double height ceiling encapsulated by a ground floor farmer's market that really brings people off of the busy Tchoupitoulas street into my centralized community. Over here, we have decking along this corner of architecture that really extends the natural New Orleans porch within the project, fostering that sense of community out within the pavilions. And lastly, we can see here this crane, which is a method of transporting goods from here into our construction zone that not only opens up to the interior community, but also the residential side as a shop where people can come and learn more about the materials that we're growing. And here is a section, we could see these cores at the top that really pop out among the rest of the project. And a section perspective that really emphasizes the importance of the bamboo orchard within the project. Here we could see the interior courtyard perspective. It's playful, it's light, it's fun, people are coming together. And lastly, we could take a look at the typologies. We have an extra small house, which is a 4-story, 1 unit, a single unit for 1 person, 2 medium-sized units that come together and form a core with an elevator in the center, and 1 large 5-bedroom unit for a grouping of friends or a large family. And I leave you with this perspective that looks out from a bottom floor balcony into the center of the community and out over the bamboo orchard. Thank you. Come to my board. Well, so great question. So I wanted to go away from the use of concrete and cement because I'm trying to be as sustainable as possible. So brick is one of the best materials to reduce carbon emissions.
Yeah.
I mean, as opposed to cement, I'd say it's more. And
I was like, you usually use brick.
as well as it's relevant to that.
Big one is tiny.
Yeah, the what's selling me is the asset. From the start of my design process, I knew that there needed to be a sense of community. And so what sells to me is the fact that everyone has their own space and their own privacy. But if you want to do something, be a part of something bigger than yourself, it's there. It's available. And because these buildings are temporary, or I should say seasonal, it offers activities and a healthier lifestyle in many different aspects throughout the year for people to come together and partake in activities that wouldn't normally otherwise. do, yes. No.
Architecture and design. I think those can be seen that this will work, which is well intentioned and ambitious. But that's not about the forms, the spaces, the wall, the stairs that support that area. We started to look at the units type of validation, the language that is used in the environment. You started on this area. This corner. This is not sound. Such a nice corner. Or walk the drive by there, especially. That's probably something.
Well, the real estate. That's the first floor document. So there's a lot of. So I think it's also important to mention. So we have to check the part here, but we also have a handbook here, which head is actually the number one zero use for insulation, which is essentially that all the facts like the others. So this the roof actually extends over the next not only the entrance to the environment. Well, this is so it's a double size. It's a farmer's market, vendors, they set up. Yeah. Vendors will come, food trucks, the area that it's the next town jewel, it's the industrial area. Probably something nice. Snow cone. Hang out.
So that's how it's just here. This is the elevator back. The building has architectural expressions. We're having a different conversation than the one we want, but use the code.
So the thing is, the staff. I want to know how much staff is needed to grow to have a sustainable. And that's going to dictate how much bamboo you grow. So in other words, the amount of bamboo that it takes is for success with the demand for the house. And how we solve those tensions, it will be your path. That's what you want the architect to shape. And be shaped. Right now, this is a bad which is something out. There's no why the big is a diagram. But this would be not unique to these. Trying to decide what is the outside. You have to make 4 things. How do you use the
9 minutes. 30 minutes.
So on. Always cooler.
I guess it's actually, I mean, I agree in the sense that they're a little separated. I think that the idea that the materiality of the bamboo specifically drives the ceramic architecture in the sense that it's not only, it doesn't have to be.
2 minutes.
Just really, I was thinking that it could furnish the apartments as well.
So if we can gather all the jurists here as students in this conclusions in a couple of minutes. One student is just finishing. But your voice. Daniela, John, and
Silence, because we have a student. Silence. Last student is talking. Let me start here.
Maybe that I usually do. Yeah, like a nurse. Definitely. That doesn't count.
Bravo, parents. Central Park. You can see in the, okay. Thank you for staying 5 minutes. We want to hear from you really briefly. What is your feedback on what you have seen just now?
So I like to see somebody running about watering or so that different approaches are really impressive. Obviously, there's a lot more to say, and it's coming from the radical practice. I think this is going to come back, but I appreciate how different people were exposed to the person of different habits. So,
So I mean, I've seen several versions of that studio over the years, and I think it's great. Every year's different, and different focus on it. I think the main, for me, one of the real strong elements is learning how to draw, and which is we really profit from in later semesters. We are very thankful for that studio, so that the line is celebrated, sign lines, the beginning of model building, wonderful that models came back, so I really love seeing the site models and the experimentations. I just think seeing the house was something that very daring right at the end, jump into the model. And then, of course, nothing's perfect of what we've seen. There are problems, there are impossible solutions, there are crazy things, but that's just part of it. And it's great to mix it up the way we do it in these different studio sections, which really is refreshing to see different approaches, different personalities of instructors coming through. So I love these reviews. I don't agree with everything I see, but it's great, and I love the energy. that comes out of it, and I have to say, presenting it, because I teach third year, and this narrative, explaining the project, showing it in a like very abbreviated 1 minute presentation is difficult, so I really enjoyed those two. And I'm talking it too long. You don't have time.
Thank you. In my time at Tenet Farmers, they have mobile studios and secondary education, but I will say that I know that for you all this semester, this is the first project that you've done that is of a fairly large scale. And so just organizing a project that is that big and demanding, I thought the work of every student that we saw was had accomplished that. So going from the scale of the unit and the design of the unit to design of something that is almost city block is a really big jump. So I want to say that I was pretty impressed with the way that you did it. I agree with what Arena just said. That I think the level of energy that schools use to be very strong, which is making. And then finally, I'll say that one of the things that interested me about this project was that everybody, each student had a theme for his or her project. And the theme sometimes was an architectural theme, sometimes it was a social theme or philosophical theme. But the notion that you have a theme that you're thinking beyond just the kind of nuts and bolts of things about a thematic, overarching idea for a project, I think that's really important and very good.
Well, thank you so much for having me today. I really enjoyed the video. I saw this video last year and I went back and see the work from different instructors and different approaches is great. And I have to congratulate on the students because I think these course are really hard thing and it's a part of a small scale and the Japan application and whenever the key comes, they get a lot of feedback about the human response. And I think these are really hard job coming from the small scale to make like a human response and a human scheme. I think the site is super interesting and it's great to for entrepreneurs and growers to talk about the high maths and so on, so this is a great country.
Yeah, I was particularly impressed with these models I did a lot. But I'm also interested to see that through these individual horizontal, sectional, stair projects and some discussion with secondary students and large course about the process or procedure going from as good as to start from concept now. The presentations were really so gratifying. Understand everything. So the graphics were good and the presentations were comprehensive. So it's at the level of reconciling hierarchy of space in particular that I thought the distinctions of school projects between ones that start on say on courtyard idea and then reiterate that strong way to integrate those two approaches that we've talked about. So,
it's such a pleasure to see the work and to visit first time being part of such amazing ideas. I would actually disagree with the presentation we were given today. Where pedagogy was a small circle, I would say in all the presentation, the pedagogy was the big circle and so which was an amazing accomplishment. And the biggest accomplishment that I can see is the fact that we can think about equity, diversity, and justice issues in terms of architecture. And then
doesn't mean that if you think of social issues that you have bad architecture, or if you think of something about when it comes to drones, you can still draw an idea and the discourse is changing. So it's nice to see that that shift is happening, like quite directly with the architectural representation.
I'm gonna piggyback on it and say that, you're probably wondering now that you're tired, but Housing Studio is kind of the chin in the architecture of the 5-year curriculum, because it asks you to both check in with yourself, like be self-aware in how you grew up, what your relationship is with the front door, kitchen, and bedroom, and all of your biases come through. We're teaching housing, we went blind, the house is bad. But I think it's self-awareness, but also empathy. I think about how people come together with dignity and amenity and comfort, right? And then beyond that, what that proposal that means for the city that has to accept something that's probably usually bigger than it wants. And so you have the biggest design challenge in those things. And I commend you for having come up with this area. This is really a turning point in your design grades and having to deal with that complexity.
I also would echo what others have said. I'm just impressed overall with the level of work and also the variety of ideas. I think it just goes to show the creativity that all of you have. And I think one thing that I'm also impressed is the level of conviction that I think is very apparent in all of your projects. So I would just continue to encourage you to stand by your thoughts, your creativity, and be confident in your own kind of work and stand by your conviction. So because it's already there, and just push it back.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. This is my first review, and I'm very excited to be here. I'm not an architect, so I see things with different eyes. I was very impressed with you, and part of why I like to teach is that it gives me a lot of hope for the future to see the projects and your take on how can we live as a collective. I think the topic is also excellent and relevant. And I was very impressed with the diversity of ideas and different uses and just approaches that everybody had. So my biggest suggestion would just be, as a person finishing a pitch to myself, it's brutal to be criticized after you've done all the work. But this is the good part of the feedback. But don't think that, oh, this is garbage because people have comments. Just keep building on this, and also look at your friends' work. Because ask yourself, how can you learn, what did the other person, what do you love about everybody else's work? Because there's so many great ideas here that as a real estate person, I'm already thinking about a few people I want to work with. So yeah, it's a great job. Congratulations.
Just quickly, very good job. Keep it up.
I'll also be quick. Keep it up. Congratulations. Very impressive. And just to reiterate, I can't tell if it's still open, but see this project as one step in your development and trajectory. Figure out what you are interested in, what you want to focus on, and really keep building up on that for your future projects, and develop a lineage, a specific area of interest or area of interest, and keep on working in it. Congratulations.
Hi. I'll keep it short. Thank you so much for having me. I really feel like, Margarita, you look into my soul because it's so relevant to what I'm interested in, and I think it's taking on a really important issue that housing is like a fundamental right. And you're doing really important work by just being in the studio. So you should really take that seriously. And like Irena, I'm really excited to have this group next semester, hopefully. My teachers are here. And thank you for making this so good.
Yeah, I would say today we saw a lot of fabulous pattern seeking. And then beyond that, I would encourage you all to think about how there are moments where the pattern has to accommodate something that doesn't fit into the rule set, like the two houses that stayed on your block, right? And those can be awkward moments, but that's also where you test your ideas out and find richness. So I encourage you to always find the patterns, but be willing to also accommodate breaks in the rules. And Margarita, congratulations for running a studio that mimics this idea of living in community, and that we were involved in kind of the neighborhood projects today with the mixing that occurred in the groups, which was also incredibly smooth. So well done, and I have the last word, so congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations to all students first of the morning session and faculty, of course. And we are meeting here 10 minutes before 2 for the afternoon. And a bit of a rest.
Test, 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 test. This is me presenting my project. USB microphone. Is that better? Is that going higher? Is that the same? I don't know. But you have to, we have to switch whatever the microphone is. And then there's this one. Test, test, test. This is me presenting my project. Goes past me. Is that better? Is that going higher? The second one sounded better. Wait, I'm muted for a second. Okay, so I'm gonna say the names. So this is
USB.
igual que el sistema micrófono. You're hearing it through here now.
Second one, I don't know, I think that the front runs.
Which one?
The USB microphone.
This one? Okay, let's go with that one. Good. Let's go with this one that we're talking right now. Because there's three here. Which one was it? It's this one or that one? This one? I think it was HD
Yeah.
audio. HD.
Yeah.
Oh, HD audio.
Hi.
Yeah, high definition. They might just call it that, but they don't know.
the audio is also not on. Oh,
That's a PDF. Oh,
no.
yeah, but isn't it Control L here?
I just know that. Why is it being like that? I'm just gonna guess if that's what's here. Can you move it?
Good job.
Down, yeah, perfect.
Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Kayla. So for this project, I did a intentional community surrounded around urban gardening and cooking. So it's a place for all the chefs in New Orleans to come and garden and share food and enjoy each other's company. So it was really inspired by my sectional home, which was created using half floor so that you could create sectional interactions between the floor levels. So that's really what I was studying. And then in my proposed housing module of 8 units, I really basically just blew up the sectional home to a larger scale and made it work in little homes. So this is a typical 8-module unit with an access stair that's going to be repeated throughout my site to create the overall housing complex. So to break it down, the 8-module unit is composed of 2 2-bedroom units, 4 loft units that are kind of shotgun style that you'll see later. They're on the ground floor, and then 2 1-bedroom units. And the loft units are shifted 8 feet to create kind of an enclosed patio area on the ground floor. And so in this axon, you can see how they kind of fit together like a puzzle piece and create this open void in the center that is the horizontal circulation that exists on 2 different levels, which you'll see in a little bit. That should load, but in the site plans. So this is the ground floor plan. You can see now how those like module units are repeated around in a really rigid kind of layout. And in between every one is an access stair, so you can access each unit on either side. And then at the corners here, we have commercial space. This is a produce market, a commercial kitchen for people if they're like caterers, Frankie and Johnny's. And then this is a farmer's market and community garden for the whole neighborhood. So they get garden space as well, even if they don't live in the community. And then this is the circulation level floor plan, which I have a diagram for later. But this is how you enter the first floor of the upper 2 levels. And so this is the first floor, the ground floor that's like the loft shotgun style house. You enter and you can go all the way throughout into the orchard. And then this is the second floor. So you come up this access stair, you can go to the gardens or you can go to like a barbecue fire pit cooking and eating area. And then you enter, this is the 2-bedroom unit, and this is the 1-bedroom unit. And they both access on a separate level that is half a level up. And then this is the half level up for the 2-bedroom unit, the 1-bedroom unit, sorry, that has a private patio and a bedroom and looks out onto the orchard. And then another half level up on the left side is the 2-bedroom unit that has a little kind of bonus patio space. It's this like shifted up volume that looks out over the orchard, so they also can get a view into the orchard because they're primarily focused out towards the streets. And so here's a section through the units. You can see how this like sectional relationship by the half floors really creates a lot of interesting interaction. And like this like interior street is what I'm calling it that's created in circulation. And then if you see on the plan here, every 2 units I broke up and created a space down for a light well to bring more light into that interior street so it's not really dark. So here's a section through the light well and seeing how that space is more forest. And then here's a section of the access stair that happens after every unit and how there's a garden and an eating area and underneath some storage space for gardening tools. And so then this program diagram basically just breaks down the circulation, housing, the amenity spaces, and then in this orchard space. And here's a view of that ground floor orchard space that looks out onto the building and these courtyards that are created between the trees that you can play and enjoy. And then here is the circulation diagram that breaks down that shift in level and how you have 2 levels of circulation that can be connected at these corners. And these corner spaces are also another space that you'll see that's more gardening for the
residents. And this is like that 2-story area where the corners meet that you can enjoy. And here's a look down that light well and how the light well creates kind of some light in the space. And then, so for the orchards, I researched the best trees for New Orleans and came up with kumquat trees, satsuma trees, and fig trees. So those are the trees that are planted in the orchard, and they're spaced out according to their specifications. So taking away some of the existing trees, but replacing them with trees that will produce fruit. And then this axon shows how those trees are organized. There are differences in height, and just kind of how that space is created. And I think that's it. And this is if you want to go back to the slide, the index.
Cool.
Here's my log.
Still the 3D data set.
Yeah.
But you had a model too. What is the open space where you have 2 people there?
Yeah, so this is the like open farmers market area that can be inhabited, kind of left unprogrammed at the moment. And then this is like the community gardens that the neighbors can use because they don't have access to like the rooftops. So it's kind of to give back to them.
Well, I wish you could have an approach to that.
Okay, yeah.
Because, I mean, you really kind of thought about the site, the location of the buildings, how to really kind of frame the landscape. And living that is like, does it feel the attitude of the rest of the project? Like, and whether, could have been, again, looking more to the first review, that could have been a very simple open shed structure that looks like a shotgun form and shape, right? That is all extruded back and allows just, shaded space for people. Also be utilized when it's not a furnace.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously rigorous, we're well thought. I love the sectional quality of all the spaces. So the 3rd floor is access through inside the units, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So joining us
Right.
that.
Which is great. You thought about any ADA units?
Yeah. So if I go to this, it's not like it's not like the most accessible building, but there is an elevator core on the north side of the plan, so that those units can be accessed by elevator. And also, since the whole circulation is connected, you can technically enter on that and go all the way around to the other side.
I mean, I would love it. Because
yeah, here's the elevator.
And I'm thinking of this just because it's like where I see the only issue I see right now. It's like, it feels like everything's so integral, right? That you have provided spaces for everyone. And I wish that you would be able to experience those exterior spaces like anybody could, right? And right now you're limiting yourself by the shift of this virtual. I think it's actually kind of smart, right? Kind of combining these two, taking that volume of space and creating something that is not just a corridor, like the typical thing that you see, right? It's outdoor circulation, it's breaking in out where it doesn't become like, this long series of elements. You always have activation around, which is quite nice. But I wonder if you could find a way to take these things and suddenly start like, doing something like weird that allows them really full access from every point. I love the corners are low. I think that is a really kind of interesting attitude. Some people will say you want to build a corner, but I think the absence of building and leaving just like one level with terrace access there is kind of successful to the massing approach. The only thing I wish I feel something more vertical somewhere.
Right. Yeah.
Right, like a point of.
Yeah. If you are will to live in one of these, which you think would you pick?
I was thinking.
And why?
I would probably pick one of the 1-bedroom units because they have the most view into the orchard, but they aren't on the ground floor, so they also have a private courtyard. So I think that would be best.
I think those are kind of a related group, right? Where you're talking about the value and if this is a collective thing, and you're trying to, on one level, contend with monetary strategy. How you can, what is the most efficient or profitable way to organize.
Yeah. I guess I didn't mention, so the ground floor units, since they're more small, compressed, were meant to be like more for seasonal workers and more of like maybe a lower cost housing that is more short-term rental. And then that's why the upper units are a little bit more spacious with their own private patio.
And the upper units, for instance, it's double loaded, so it has an outer ring and an inner ring. And the outer ring perhaps doesn't have the access or the view into the inside courtyard, but perhaps some of them potentially long time from now might have a view out into the, so I mean that gives you a strategy to densify this site even more, perhaps. This side, it's more kind of a northern exposure. New Orleans, it's not so much of an issue, and but this side wants to relate to, for instance, the street across. So maybe it is nice to be things like that. How do you sell these units?
Yeah.
Especially the south side, you might want to push this back a little bit and have more trees on the southern side.
I did push it back a little. North is up. North is up on the. Oh, sorry, on the axle. Yeah, that's north. Or sorry, that's south. Yeah. So I pushed it back a little. Also, because top 2 looks a little more busy and loud, and added some trees.
In the years I have been teaching, I haven't seen many examples of super sophisticated sections of this one. The double loaded corridor is a stigma in a way that you have managed to make a double loaded corridor super interesting, not only because the two levels, but also because the introduction of this vertical like shaft you have here, right? So that thing, and to me, maybe next steps is to exactly so this section. So if that space could have been a little bit wider, which I know it's not possible because of course you don't have the dimension, but if that was possible and this becomes its own entity with more size, and so you have like potentially a collective spaces that makes the corridor making a cross. But I mean, the assembly of units in 3 dimensions is exquisitely sophisticated. So it's really, the way you have started explaining the kind of round plan thing, this kind of assembly of units of different heights, and how is that assembled into a double loaded or really sophisticated. And then, but of course, with that artifact which is this, like 3 cars, you get to many things.
Yeah, that's true.
So in a way, you have an assembly that really you say you can do things, and you can take out or decompose some of the things that you view, course with amenities. So what is really rich, especially, and I think programmatically it can be even richer. You can define whatever it wants.
That's what I think. I think it's really well resolved. I wish, I mean, I live close by, so I know 40 feet is the limit on it. And I know you guys didn't look at that, but like, I think like some verticality would have help, just like you have one floor structures, maybe something that can balance a little bit that. But I think it's really well resolved. I like that, you always see green roofs and no space to put the plants in the dirt and the media. I love that you thought about that. Like just simple stuff like that. That's a good question. I do think this is very low. So
Yeah,
might be good for the cat.
That's like the loft
But
bedroom.
yeah, but like that's
It's like a 7.
Yeah.
But
yeah. And again, you didn't have high limits, so that's the thing.
yeah.
You have questions?
Give a pause.
Doing great. Are we early now?
No, no, no,
We're
no,
right
no,
on time.
no, we are here.
We're right on time, right?
Yeah, we're on time. 2:20, yeah, 5 minutes. So we come back at 3:30. No, sorry. So it's like just 10 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Is there caffeine?
10 minutes. Yeah.
Caffeine.
Oh, yeah. Bad coffee and then there's like.
No, no, no. I'm used to that.
Office.
My office back office.
So meanwhile we can. You can set up.
Yeah.
My brain's like, oh my god, like, wrong. I did it. There we go. That's close to one. Okay.
Would you like me to pull up the PowerPoint?
For some reason the script is on your screen.
The what?
Look, it's on you.
Right now? How is that possible?
I don't know.
It may just be a Did they stop the YouTube video? They may have stopped the YouTube video
No, it's
because
still going. Look, there you are.
there I am. And then they're saying that my work
There's
is
me.
okay.
Yeah.
Is this
That's weird.
okay? So this is yours.
Okay.
The Zoom. Ah. And then
Oh, I need to flip that.
oh yeah.
Nervous. I don't think the camera is.
Oh. I think it Okay, wait, is that just the cover? Because, well, that's supposed to be cool. It's just the recording, they set up the recording.
Yeah.
But it's the YouTube video is not connected to the screen.
That's enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Summer plan.
Yeah, I get it.
I think we have like the vague idea that we want to. For a while.
I think that says subscribe, but my Spanish isn't that good. It's pause, that's what it says.
Oh, maybe you play then? This one?
Yeah, I think that says play.
Yeah. Wait, no, that
No.
one. The green, this one?
Okay.
Right?
I don't know. Anyone speak Spanish?
Oh, Leandro does.
Come help.
Yeah, do this.
Oh.
Ocultar.
Yeah,
and so-
is
yeah.
hide. But why is that still there? Can you
Which
press the
one?
button? This thing on the bottom.
Which button? This one?
Down?
I think if you wait a second, it'll go away.
No, it doesn't. It's this always happens. Give me a second. Give me a second.
You gotta put, there it is.
There you go. Oh, yay. Does it move?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Libby. Hi everyone. I'm Libby Bowers, and this is my design proposal for the Meta Home on Chapatula Street, and it is called ECO for environmental co-housing. So the main idea of ECO is to use sustainable techniques and sustainable environmental programs, and a system of outdoor horizontal corridors that expand to create community spaces to appeal to the community of environmentalists. And then this is also the Northwest Axon. Starting with my earlier projects, this is my horizontal home, and I really took the patio from this home and the breezeway, and I transformed that further in my project to create a terrace and a separation between two units with this longer patio, which created a breezeway between them. The sectional home, I also kept ideas from this one, and I transformed it to intertwine with the horizontal homes within plan, and I kept the terraces as well, but kind of got rid of the third floor. And then the vertical home, I used concepts from this to create a one-bedroom studio home, which is kind of smaller in plan, stair that was the main form of circulation. And this was a collective stair, and I used methods of this, the modularity in my public spaces. Some site observations from while we were at our site visit was the front porches and how they kind of engage these private areas, residential areas with the community, as well as the vegetation that was on the site, how it was kind of overgrown yet controlled. And that was something that I want to replicate in my project and continue on with the culture of New Orleans. This was a solar study I did in the early design phase, and I used this to make a lot of my design decisions further. I realized that maybe having this larger scale on Chapatula Street was blocked more of the sun, so I brought it back down to scale with the rest of it. And I also wanted to create a more porous facade because it would seem a little bit too heavy with the massing, so it would allow more cross ventilation through the site and solar to pass through. And it also informed locations of my community gardens. This diagram shows the wind through the site and the wind from the Mississippi River. I did a windrows analysis for the summer months to show when those cool breezes would come through. And with that introduction of the more porous facade, it would allow it to ventilate through the site, as well as certain areas where there are mat buildings stilted above the ground. This is a section diagram kind of showing how that wind would flow through this porous facade and the stilted parts of it with the green spaces, and also the solar panels that would provide energy to other parts of the to the units. So the community that I was designing for were like-minded families and individuals who want a social community of people with shared interests, that being people who want to lessen their negative impact on the environment with more sustainable housing. And one precedent was the Narcofin building in Moscow, which has a stilted mat building, which is type of like ventilation that I wanted to use in my design, as well as the housing in Silodom, which had all these kind of terraces where like they were public, or I mean, they were private, but I kind of wanted to integrate them as more public and semi-private terraces. So getting into the unit plans and sections. This is Unit A, which is a small studio home. So it's a 1 bedroom and 1 bath, kind of meant for more individuals. The bed could be larger depending on if it was like just a couple. So it's kind of more like lower income or student or just like single person living in New Orleans. The Unit B was medium, kind of more for a family home, 2 bedroom and 1 bath, and there's 18 units of these across the site. And Unit C, which is the larger family home, which is 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, and there's 10 of these units. And this is showing how I took all these different sectional qualities and placed all the units to mesh within each other to create more of these modules that were throughout the site. This is the party diagram for the general massing that I did for those modules. So I started by gridding up the urban block and then taking out parts of the grids for the houses that I was leaving there, the 2, and then Frankie and Johnny's, I decided to leave where it was because of the historical significance and not wanting to like further impact the environment and the earth that was there. And then I took out from the center to create these green public spaces and collective spaces, which made the buildings kind of enclosed and create these like courtyards in the inside. This is shows the existing versus my proposed diagrams with the figure ground and also the entry access points and the vegetation. So with my proposed, I have a more like an entrance for the community, a public entrance, and also an entrance to the nursery school, which, oh, this is my circulation diagram showing those expanded community spaces that like expand and contract to allow for like people to gather. And this is the first floor programming. So I really wanted to partner with different New Orleans nonprofits like Urban Conservancy and like recycling like centers and a market, which is like the stay local pop-up. So it would kind of encourage local artisans to come rather than like importing the goods from like elsewhere. And I located those closer to the other commercial areas, with community areas being located more in the central residential areas. So that's on the first floor. So this is the first floor showing the location of those with the like showing the Stilton mat buildings, which kind of like allowed for this like outdoor covered area, but some parts of it's open aired, and that kind of continues into the nursery, and which has like this kind of covered play area as well as the playground and the gardens in Citrus Grove, as well as the community shared spaces and kitchen. This is the first floor of the residential units, and that shows like the first, there's a key diagram like showing all the different units in play with this. And then the third floor, which has a bridge that connects all 3 of the buildings, because I thought it was important if I was going for this community vibe to not have to have everyone go down to the ground floor to like interact with each other. And then the 4th floor, with the key of the different units, the 5th floor, which has like these 3 kind of towers that protrude up on Chapatula Street. And then the roof kind of programming, which has these solar, the solar panels and different green roofs to kind of block the direct sun. And this is the section through the site, which this shows the different sexual relationships with the different units, as well as the nursery school on the bottom floor, and kind of the plaza, and you looking back at the other like walkways and the open circulation. And the axons again with everything coming together. And these are perspective views looking out into the plaza, kind of looking at Frankie and Johnny's from one of these like semi-private balconies onto like other parts of the site. This is looking at one of those shared spaces. This is the street view, kind of looking at this different interplay of like additive and subtractive with the solar strategies. And this is a view from the garden looking onto the community center and other residential areas, in the view from the ground floor in the plaza. And then some accents.
A lot of information.
Yeah.
the interesting part is kind of like the idea of this open ground. I think that is quite interesting and I question, how successful or how do you navigate that with actually having these two kind of existing buildings that you cannot deal with, right? You have to go around them, right?
Right.
They're gonna have fences and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Don't look at I think it does sometimes for everybody. It's like, what is that relationship with that house, right? When you have a multi-story building completely wrapped in this house, what is that relationship to a single story, one family home versus like all these people looking over your property, right?
Right.
So I think, that's the challenge for everybody.
Right.
I'm just thinking about that right now. But an open ground plane really kind of allows everybody to come to their side, which I think is kind of like different. Like, I feel like you have like this massive strategy about public use, right? Which is very defined in the ground floor by the uses and the nonprofits and all that kind of stuff. So it's really almost like, I want to say, we asked at the beginning, if there's any park in this neighborhood, there's not, right? So this becomes really kind of the neighborhood park,
Yes.
right? Where you're able to access and collaborate and help and donate your time for these nonprofits and do gardening and do whatever it is that you do, shade it. You can actually have programming underneath it, this elevated buildings, it's part of outdoor classrooms, whatever, all this kind of cool stuff. And like I see kind of you created this one connecting element at higher level that is really private, right? It's for the users of the building.
Yes.
You can go there, kids run around there, not knowing that they're not going to run out of the neighborhood or something like that. So I there's where I see you kind of lose the opportunity to really develop something that allows people to interconnect above ground and use that kind of common elevated element as the way they can be everywhere in the building. Like, for example, should that have somehow connected you directly to the roof terrace and the green roofs? Right? Should, if I'm in the third floor and I'm there, can I go down one story in that system? So it's almost like you created this awesome ground system, right? It's obviously easy to show before. But I wonder if you would have really explored the ability of these kind of elements that start really kind of connecting each other on multiple levels, right? And I mean, I'm just going to say stop, right? But is this thing connected to the third floor at that level? Or, there's something that allows you to connect to the green room, right? So it becomes kind of like the private space for the tenants, but you can go out everybody. If you're already building, right? You already have structure. It also becomes a little more interesting, right? I mean, this is just kind of this flat element, right? How do you create the series of bridges and elements that connect at a private level? So anybody can access the site, but everybody from the second floor up knows that is their private space.
So it's like adding another level.
Well, I wonder if like there's one system that takes care of everything, right? And like not every connects to everything. So if you're gonna go to build the third floor, you do it at that floor. And you have seen this like precedents in maybe atriums of buildings, right? Where you look up and there's all these series of stairs and like just creates a workflow where it allows people to connect better, particularly in the way the target that you have, right? Which is this kind of multi-generational user. So I think that might be kind of the next level, right? I mean, it's very organized. I think your site location is great. I like how the different levels of spaces that you have created. They're very organized. It feels very complex. I think it's cool. I think that's.
Oh, sorry, those ones are pretty much site.
This one melted too. But I do like that they're like you're really kind of breaking the scale. I think that's important where before I think it was really kind of well resolved, but I feel that we need a little bit differences in verticality. And I think you have it, that's up to it, right? So you're kind of addressing some of the height issues there, industrial kind of part.
I really wanted to like kind of, because when I did my initial designs, it wasn't as like very like honest forest. I think when I separated it, kind of aggregated it, brought it back down to the scale.
For example, like you're here and then you have to go all the way around, right? To get to this building. I mean, series of bridges, right? Like, I got-
Yeah.
but it feels like it might be nice to interconnect this at a different scale,
Right.
a different.
I guess the reason why I didn't, because I was thinking of bringing it all the way across, but one reason that I did it is I wanted to have that community what works, like walking on the sidewalk. I guess it would make sense to do it like floors rather than.
I will have to say, can you tell me a little bit about how do you enter the residential house?
Yes. So like from the ground floor, there's like this is the lobby kind of entrance with these like 3 vertical floors, and they lead up to here like on the second floor. And so this is like the unit B with the entrance that kind of like has a divot in, kind of like a more like private or like front porch. And then this unit also has like one that's kind of like on the side, so it kind of creates this whole breezeway, which kind of feels more like of a private type of like area. And then so they all kind of have like different, and then here I'll give them the B. For the C unit, this like the first floor is a lot smaller, and it kind of creates this larger community space, and that's where the entrance is, like for these
Yeah, I was
two.
just wondering, like, how did you, like, if I'm visiting, go into one apartment, like,
All right.
so I take one of these stairs, I'm there, the closest to where I go into visit, and then I just have access
Yeah.
to a second level, we're secure,
Mhm.
and then from that point,
Yeah, and you go up, or like via those like 3 separate vertical floors. Yeah.
I just had a question about your Rose analysis.
Oh yeah.
So did you discover that these units didn't need air conditioning at all?
I didn't go that far into my analysis, like with like HVAC, and we're learning that now with one of our classes. It's like, but I did find that like with this different like with the more porosity, it would allow like with the windows like to open them up.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have, what is that, like 30 feet wide bars?
Yes, yeah.
So that's perfect for cross ventilation.
Yes.
You know, we use this tool quite a bit in the studio to kind of understand not only the majority of the winds, but then also we map that to understand the humidity and how often the space can be used without air conditioning, right?
Oh, okay.
And you know, different depends on we have hot, humid climate. So
Right.
you know, our percentage of open window that you can just have an open window without feeling the humidity at this point, it's probably about 28% of the year. That
Right.
other places, you know, are more or less. But we use this tool quite a bit for that reason. So, you know, as we continue to learn, you see the value of that.
Right. Yeah, it was very helpful, I think, because it like when I was building like the commercial spaces, I like wanted to create like them 2 on either end where the wood would kind of push through like the side like via the windows. So it was very helpful.
Pretty nitpicky, but
okay.
I'm wondering the attitude that's sit back on this side versus this side. I'm also wondering, this is the restaurant.
Yes.
Right? What would the experience of these units would be having a restaurant, facing the restaurant, looking down into the restaurant?
I think that like, well, for example, like I have one perspective that kind of shows on that end looking into it, and I do find that they like do like kind of like have a big space of green in between them, which allows for like sun and natural thing. I don't think it's like Frankie and Johnny's. It doesn't. I know it has like the backdoor seating, but I'm kind of imagining a renovation where it would be kind of brought to the same scale of those buildings. So it wouldn't be like looking directly into the restaurant and kind of just like having.
Yeah, like restaurants have a back of the house, they can take trash out, there's ventilation issues that's associated with cooking, and so on and so forth.
So maybe relocate the restaurant.
I think integrating into it might have that sensible approach. In this case. It's not a residential.
Right.
And maybe that's the thing where you located it on one side, on the other kind of pile on. I don't know, this is close to the existing house.
Yes.
You keep it in.
Well, yeah, we're.
Well, some people, I think, made it into some houses that.
Yeah, so they.
Well, maybe it helps with
the fence.
Right. Maybe that's not necessary. I'm just wondering, you know, that, you know, if you set that list, I think there probably need to address this side as much as.
Right.
Address these.
Right.
Layout of the units relative to, I mean, again, these are nitpicky things. It's, you know, I don't think you can actually address all of that because of the way you started with the horizontal, vertical, aggregating, and then you're going into kind of distribute those spaces. And some the unit typology may not risk, especially if you're respecting the trees and so on.
Right.
So I think people did a really good job, especially in the scale of this, you know, within. I think that's kind of the right thirds for the board.
That's a right proportion thing, built to avoid. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, I thought what you were going with that comment is that maybe there's, you know, residential versus commercial.
Yeah.
But the bad thing is that you have two residential buildings and you're just scoring them up. So I do get it, right? That you control that, but it does feel that maybe would have been like, you know, a commercial building that would take care of kind of the restaurant. And
Wait.
Go to next. All right, let's start.
Wait. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Down button right here to go to the next slide.
Good afternoon. I'm Ignacio Mota. So welcome to Panola Sports Village. That's the name I came up with my housing. Yeah. So here's my main.
The neighbors already like.
So here's my main axonometric. So this is my horizontal home, which was our first project of the semester, which I basically worked on horizontal strips, trying to divide each functionality of the house on horizontal strips, having like all divided into same types. Here's my vertical home, which I use
stacked, it's a stacking method, rotate it every other floor. And here's my sectional home, which was basically the same idea of stacking and rotating. And these are the stairs. So the main community I wanted for my project was an athletic and sports environment. So Nova Sports Village is a housing complex designed to serve the needs of athletic and sports community. The building is designed so that each homeowner has easy access to sports and training facilities. After visiting the site and doing some research, I noticed that there was a lack of sports and gym facilities within walking distance of the neighborhood. I thought that by designing a housing complex focused on health and fitness, it would create a community within the area that shares common interests. Nova Sports housing consists of a series of blocks stacked on top of and next to each other, creating a Jenga-like appearance. By working with this methodology, open green spaces are created in between along the length of the apartments. The green spaces also provide natural cross ventilation throughout the project. And as you can see on the axis, there's like this kind of holes along the entire complex. So how it works, here's the main axis, which it shows the monumentality of the building, the size of it, and like every hole that goes through the building. So here's the ground plan, which you can easily see all the activities I had there for sports and gyms. And on this diagram, I divided each functionality of a building in a different color, so it could be easily noticed. And so about the units, I have 5 different units, different numbers of them along the entire complex. And what I did with the units is, by the way I worked on my horizontal home of horizontal strips, I could just easily remove one and add another one and work with that to find a way that it fits on the way I wanted it on the plan. And as you can see, it's basically the same, just adding and removing different modules. So here's the plan for the second, fourth, and sixth floor, which it has 11 units along the entire floor, each having it's like 5 lobbies around the entire building, reaching to every apartment. And on the diagrams, I show like every type of units I have along the entire floor. And in the same way as the rest of the 3 floors. On this axonometric, I decided to gather all my diagrams and put them all together to create like this type of axonometric diagram, so you have like a visual of how it's actually all distributed and where it's everything located. On my section plot, my main goal was to reflect the holes in the building. So here's my final axon. And on the experience, here's my perspective, where you can see like all the movement going around on the center for the ground plan. And also one thing I really liked about this is you can see all the holes of the building and how natural light get in the building pretty easily. And here's another experience, and finally my axonometric again. And thank you. It's 11 units per. Go back to it. Here. So it's 11 units per floor. At the end, it's 66 units at the entire complex. And the first, second, and the first, third, and fifth floor, they all repeat. It's like a sequence.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, my first comment was the beginning of the comment, like, it's really on scale, I think, with the context, right? I mean, understandably, thinking that you have created a very large wall, even though the porosity and all that kind of stuff takes away a little bit from the max. You know, it feels that maybe you would have, because of the way you were thinking about it, that this kind of combination of units, units and goals, that you could have actually maybe have something that would have be more like, you know, maybe elevating and coming back down or something like that, you know, like starts low on both ends, goes to a highest point at the corner that makes the most sense, like Chapatulas, but then really kind of works itself to something that is more compatible for the neighborhood, right? I mean, I can see this more like, you know, the Olympic Villa, like it has like, why it doesn't look Olympic Villas always look like, right? Because they're trying to cram as many sport people in there. And because then, you know, you have so much of that open kind of breezeway condition, you're then needed to go very high in order to get the numbers of the units that were asked for the program, right? So I think a combination of like taking a lot of that out and kind of maybe articulating the building and a little more, you know, compatible scale also will realize that, you know, and then effectively what you were creating is a series of terraces, right? That kind of talk a little bit about that relationship to site and relationship to sports, you know, because right now it really kind of feels completely out of step.
Yeah.
Well, you can just kind of tell it.
Can you go to the ground floor?
To the ground floor.
Can you tell me what those sports related functions are? There's some indoor sort of.
Here's an indoor gym, and here I added like outdoor gyms. And here's a basketball court, a volleyball court, a track all around the building, which also functions as a way to walk around the building. And here I have a resting pad, which would also work as other things.
Yeah, I think those are kind of articulations program, but maybe not necessarily the programs incorporated into the architecture design. And I think about something like the Tunis library grants from the I think it was like in the 90s or late 80s, where they meshed the program of the library and the athletic where circulation is expressed as a track that runs around and kind of goes through the library. You know, so maybe somehow instead of letting just, you know, the sports idea crammed into the residual sort of space, maybe there might be some way to think about this a little bit more carefully. For instance, this is about community. So what ties all these things together, and if it's sports, you probably need to have lockers and showers and those support amenities that could be the connection between various activities. And you highlight those carefully and the space, articulate the space carefully, instead of, not necessarily just focused on whether it's a gym or basketball.
Yeah, and I would have figured out that, I mean, I don't know if like this kind of continuous track is actually a walking surface, or is it intended to be like for runners?
Yeah.
But people don't run like that. Right? Say.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just think it's, a little bit undeveloped generally. I think maybe, you could have integrated even the ideas of sports throughout the, right? So
Yeah.
you don't have to go to the ground floor. So you created these very generous spaces, right? And maybe, this level, this guy disappears. That's like just like it feels like you limit yourself to designing this building that happens to be. This could be sports. This could be agriculture. I mean, there's really no connection of the ground floor program and the building itself. So the comment here is that you should have found ways to connect those two things, where the party, the idea, kind of follows through all the way.
It's where the sports side.
Yeah.
Maybe again, if you build up and come down, maybe onto the roof and run.
Yeah, do a rocky move,
It's a parkour, like the
Yeah.
sports, the parkour is urban sports where you utilize the existing, structures and infrastructures of urban fabric. Maybe you design a parkour so you can, that you climb up and then come down. Skateboard.
I mean, that's why people go up to the pyramids. It's cool to be up there, right? You just walk over, but you go there because of the year, you like being up there. So, just to joke, not joking, I mean, an opportunity where you can allow people to utilize your building publicly to get on and go up and experience the city. This will be actually the way you're drawing, it's probably the highest point in all uptown areas. So you'll be able to see everything, right? You'll be able to see the lake, the river, obviously next door, and downtown, right? So it becomes a really kind of epic kind of moment. You're in the top, right? So it's about sports and competition, and just bring that to the design. That's how you tie those things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great idea.
Can you go to the units? And these are just kind of stacked on one another. How does it work with the floor? You had a lot. How does it work sectionally?
Sectionally. Should I go to the section?
Go to the next one.
This one?
So these are color coded units.
Yeah. Each color, it's a.
Red is the.
Red is the stairs, lobby, elevators.
Yeah, so the way I read it was that each circulation kind of services two wings.
Yeah.
Right? Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, and I was questioning this moment, right? Like, is there an internal circulation there?
Yeah, between each apartment.
There is something here.
Yeah.
That is not expressed formally.
Yeah, it's not fully, and it's not like in the where I have these areas. The main purpose of that was to have like a private area shared by two apartments, like a terrace.
In other words, you really wanted to distribute the gym aspects of it throughout the
circulation. Community could come out and meet each other while we're doing something.
Yeah.
In the same way that, I mean, we're just gonna throw idea there because, the same comment I think I have with others is like, because it's so big, right? We want to try to break the massive, right? Whether, it's vertically or horizontal. Some of your colleagues here, broke the building as it relates to how it pushes it forwards, and, you had some of those ideas in your vertical stack, right? Like how kind of to really animate the facade, other than side kind of this checkerboard kind of running down pattern, that there's something, it's very real, right? And so this is an entire, and so imagine kind of like you're walking down the street, looking at this really endless facade, but it's all the same height and the same facade. And so I think that, again, as you continue advancing, think about those things, right? Get on the viewpoint of the user, right? I mean, even the same issue they choose to show us, right? See, the scale is just so.
Yeah.
I'm glad that like you at least have this interest, because most of our views you don't really understand, right? What's going on? Well, this view is very exciting to me, right? And it's relentless. And whether it's, utilizing the height as we discussed earlier, or, really kind of looking at these as a series of, because they're a series of buildings, basically. I mean, you just happen to be unified at all, but it's just separate buildings. I mean, all these can almost function individually.
Yeah.
Right. And I wonder if there's like, you could, use that in your advantage, right? To kind of start setting things forward and backwards, lower some, Yeah, I mean, this is like, quite unsuccessful. I mean, yeah, this is like,
What kind of sports do you do?
What kind of sports do I do? Almost every sport.
Which one are you good at?
Basketball, football.
Basketball.
Yeah.
Football means soccer.
No, American.
American football? Oh, okay.
And tennis also.
Thanks.
I think a model you would have realized.
Yeah.
The moment you build a model.
Yeah, I think it's something to work on it. Anybody here see Aaron? No, Aaron. One more, or twice. Yeah. What? Over there.
Oh, no, right.
Yeah, we're doing okay. Let's go to Leon.
Keepers are giving us some time.
Well, you go then. Oh, because Tia needs to. Oh yeah, right. What do you mean?
My project's over there.
whole thing was choreographed so that the current structure has to be.
That's okay, we can wait. I mean, we'll wait.
Okay.
Somebody, Aaron, second. Yeah, no, let's wait.
Oh, I see pictures of my model too. Wait, try something all down. There we go.
My parents are here. Oh yeah, I used to. Done. Hi, my name is Leandra. My project is called In the Treetops. I wanted to incorporate the relationship between the tree trunk and its canopy and project that through my design. The community is for everyone, but I tailored it specifically to artists. So I say downstairs and upstairs a lot, just meaning the down part and then the roof part. So downstairs, there's a lot of pavilions that I created for painters to paint outside. And the upstairs are gallery spaces that you can show and sell your work upstairs within the gallery and outside of the facade. So I wanted to create a very simple geometry that has just rectangles that mimic the neighboring homes. And I put them to the side just so they have maximum sunlight facing the sidewalk. So my vertical pours, I centered them towards the middle of the building because I wanted to create a relationship between the buildings and this middle ground. If I had put in the vertical pours on the outside, it would have been just sidewalk in your home and back out sidewalk. And there wouldn't be a need to come in here and you wouldn't be forced to walk through that space, which is really, really great space. Also, this is all private. So this has been closed by wood stacks. So they're all, you can't get in from the public. So you have opening doors in here and you can only go in if you live in the homes. So this is the rooftop, the upstairs part. And like I said, it's a private space. So that is the vertical floor for the public. So there's a stair and there is an elevator. So how did I get that crazy geometry? I actually went on Google Maps and I drew the geometry of the tree canopies in the neighboring areas. And I used that as cutouts to create these pathways on the fourth floor that allows light for the people living down below. Some previous works. This is my horizontal home. I took the idea of cutting out these chunks of from a mass to my current project. This is my vertical home. I took the idea of bow windows that are sit in them and have them their own ways. This is my sectional home, and I just utilized the private in the bottom and the public in the top concept. So first, I'm going to talk about the downstairs area, which is only residential. So this is my first floor plan that can also be second floor and third floor plans, just because they're all the same. Like I previously mentioned, it is private, so there are the wooden planks that go from the first floor all the way to the fourth floor and creates a kind of railing around the top so you don't fall over. I also mentioned these pavilions that I offsetted the shape of the cutout that I created on the top floor to make these pavilions underneath the tree canopies. So this is my configuration. The bow windows are only towards the interior spaces and not towards the exterior facade. I also put all of the stacks so it separates the new buildings and the old buildings. Those two. So this is a close-up of the small building and then the medium size. I put the wet spaces connected to the floors, and then the rest is divided between living and sleeping areas. So this is a perspective as if you were walking into one of your homes downstairs, down in the ground floor. I wanted to create a house that wasn't very, it's not imposing. So I wanted to create something that wasn't too high off the ground, that kind of is cohesive with the neighboring homes. So this is interior perspective from the first floor. All the bow windows are actually tilted upwards to allow light to go in easily. And so you can sit there and look at the sky and just hang out. And now we're going to talk about upstairs, which is the rooftop and the community spaces. Sorry, I just let it load a little bit. But this is the fourth floor plan. This is Frankie's and Johnny's. This is a cafe shop, and this is public restroom. And the rest are gallery spaces. I wanted to create a relaxing environment because there are people living downstairs, so I didn't really want to create a big Dave and Buster's, you know. And so people can just come up through vertical cores, private vertical cores that connect with the ground floor. And then there's also the public staircase and elevator for everyone else who doesn't live and inhabit the space. So I envisioned upstairs being kind of like the French Quarter, where you walk around and you see all this artwork and hear some music and just hang out. So I wanted to put all of the paintings and artwork on the exterior facade. And so here's a perspective of the pavilion that I was speaking about before, about the artists and hanging out outside, while also incorporating that duality of downstairs versus.
Show us the section.
Yeah.
Section elevation.
Section elevation. Sorry. Oh, why it's going so slow. Also, the trees might be a little big, but it's just to emphasize the difference between the bark and the.
I like it. I like it in the model.
Yes, like in the model. It's just for reference.
I'll start by saying that, I think it's the projects that we've seen today is a project that is all about this interior experience, right? And it gives kind of the neighborhood in a sense, right? It gives opportunities, like it's a very rigorous kind of outside element that all the magic happens inside. So it's an indoor kind of internal experience, which I think is smart. I mean, I think the articulation of the exterior needs a lot of work, but because we really focus our energy inside, is that where I think the value of the project is. Particularly as it relates to windows, like just to say something, windows on the ground floor that are right at the sidewalk level. There's just a level there that you might want to explore further and think about it. Next, but inside it's a fun project. It feels like maybe the articulation of the outside could follow up some of the ideas. I mean, I don't know why I see the outside being a series of vertical sticks.
It's
right?
It was to mimic the texture of tree trunks. But
yeah.
And
It
create a
feels like that's the right approach too.
Yeah.
But I kind of love the idea. I wonder, like, if would it be nice that rigorous on the outside, kind of at some point where you have those entrances, might actually do something formally in the exterior of the building, that it's not just the facade continues through, right? That as you had it on the plan, I think it's very smart how you kind of open those elements, because you really profile the building footprint. It kind of works itself with existing buildings, right? So the very early diagram where you have kind of blocks around.
Sorry.
It's different, right?
You can feel it's slow.
Like this, right? I think this is very smart because, it's almost kind of like you're setting the stage for like another building, right?
Yeah.
And then it kind of easier to have all this response. So, you're creating masses. They are scaled in proportion to what is there.
Yeah.
To deal with. So I think that's pretty smart. But as you kind of generate these whole metrics, I wonder, like, if you could have broken kind of the rigorous
yeah.
Inside the way that was more, this is what you enter. It's about the neighborhood. But then inside of this was, I wonder sometimes, decisions and the randomness of like organic forms. But I'll take it that, I'll trust it that you took the footprints of trees in the neighborhood and you did something there that it was exciting. But the idea of kind of bringing the public, like everybody has thought about the public kind of being floor, is I think the biggest differentiator. Not only that, it's an internal building, but then you basically put people, public on the top, and everybody has the ability to move the residents to the top to engage with the public. Otherwise, that is a plaza space, right? With the trees and the ability to have all these extra public programs. I think it's interesting and obviously completely different than what everybody else would see today. Would be the norm, right? It's just fun. I like the approach.
So I do too. I think it's a pretty strong make roof accessible. I kind of think that perhaps a little bit more, how can I say, as a kind of base concept. So architectural concept where it is a new plane in a canopy that's up by separate structure on its own. And maybe the units are tucked under. Or on the other hand, the units might poke through too, just like the trees are poking. I'm not 100% convinced that the trees, it's gonna be a pretty mature tree to be able to, you know, go far beyond 40 feet. But you know, I was actually looking at your sectional house. That was really kind of very nice roof profile.
How do I get?
And it's also have the sectional qualities that it lends itself to the roof scheme. We're kind of thinking about you know, a little bit different, but Gaudi's apartment rooftop or something, right? I mean, use something like that peeking through the roof and start to become part of the landscape. And you're talking about making architecture above and below. And I think once you start to play that way, you don't necessarily have to do organic. I think the cutouts could be pretty geometric, but you know, those are I think the second variation. And then the units. Then so right now the units below is just kind of stacked up on top of one another. But this is much more attractive to me as a kind of a sectional quality. These things are somewhat aggregated, distributed, and then the columns as the trees are distributed. Plane instances are growing from the ground that sometimes goes through the roof, the roof plane, sometimes it doesn't. Somehow, you know, I think there's a way to embellish the relationship a little bit more, and then making the I want to see the permeability from the edge into the underside, just a little bit more.
Do you see, like it, when you walk by, it's very visible because it's just that it's angled, so it looks like it's a whole facade, but it is open enough so you can have light and you can see when you walk by.
I think the parapet, you know, gives a wrong reading.
Okay.
This is an architecture thing where, you know, when you emphasize a parapet in the wall, you're emphasizing the verticality. When you have a horizontal plane, something tucked under the plane, that you're seeing the plane overhang, it means that you're emphasizing the. Can you go back to the section again? Really nice. Yeah. quality experience. See, here, because it's sectioned, you get that sense, but then you're, the minute you move out of it, and if you look at it from outside, it's a too sort of like stir.
Well, I mean, one thing here that, you know, I would recommend is to really kind of work on your graphic kind of representation, like to really kind of read what section is not, right? I can find out what's going on, but just graphically, I think it would be a lot more clear.
It's actually much lighter.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, I do agree that maybe there is also some opportunity where, I know you're meeting an amount of program, but, you know, the ability to, we have seen other options, is like, you know, is there, the module breaks a little bit and it creates spaces that are elevated from the ground floor, but also communal, right? So you start carving kind of things up here, take a little bit off like kind of that rigorous windows that, I mean, here it looks fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
But maybe I think that could have also, particularly your section, right, where you have boards and stuff. Might be interesting.
So here, this is here. If that goes like that, and this becomes a, you see, this is right now, this is goes straight up. But if this goes tucked back just a little bit, it starts to emphasize the horizontality and the reading of this transferred.
Well, that's a different party, right? That's a roof.
Yeah.
Here, I feel that, I think again, what is missing to me is like the ability to carve the exterior wall. Like,
Okay.
Express that the
Interest.
facade. But the renders, I mean, it's a beautiful space. I mean, I want you there. So if you would have to lit this project at night, what would be the strategy?
If I had to live there at night.
Lit it,
Oh,
like
light,
night.
okay. Maybe like some lights on the ground floor, like just to experience that tree, you know, like underneath the trees, you can put lights up so you can see up. Something like that. People have thought about that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you being in City Park, right? Yeah.
City Park?
Have you?
No, I have not been to City Park.
No.
Unfortunately. I know, it's on my list.
Well, you know, they actually have like trees lit from the trunk up. So what the lighting is kind of indirect in a way that they bright the canopy.
Yes.
From under. And it just creates a really theatrical kind of experience, right? Outside just the path lighting. So there's this access on view light as you move through the park. It's quite nice. And so I wonder, like thinking about it, because you know, here you have the trees. You have these columns that you are kind of looking like trees, right?
Yes,
It looks like,
it's to hold up the structure, but
right,
it was,
right.
yeah,
But you purposely render them different,
yes,
right?
to make it look like.
To make it look like. You know, your plate also kind of puts itself really well to kind of have playgrounds and things in there.
Yeah, we actually have discussed that.
Right? I mean, it feels like, I mean, it's a lot of space and it's great, right? So program the space, but it being something also that you guys can consider, right?
Have time.
Not even this.
But it is.
And here you have the double duty of programming the ground floor and as a roof.
Yeah, exactly.
You give yourself more program than you need.
I did.
No, and actually, I would have loved, like, I mean, this project deserves even like a really thoughtful sort of site plan.
Yes.
A render site plan, I think, would have actually kind of make it more readable. As you think about what type of drawings, how you show your project is quite important, right? Graphically, representatively. So even a ground floor plan with like sort of your landscape strategy would be nice. And even the roof, right? Because the roof is not just concrete, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Like really bad. I'm trying to figure out a way, like everything I like. I'm not going to go to school just to get license. I refuse. Somebody else in the office can get license. Yeah. I don't know. It's so arbitrary, To be fair,
Oh.
Like my art teacher wants that. I'm gonna look at when I'm recording.
Yeah. What's cool? Make it like 50. They make a budget.
Sure.